Chapter 1593. As the eldest son, he had to welcome the guests, treat them to good food and drink, toast them, and finally send them off. After a series of events, the Six Paths was drunk, so I stopped updating yesterday. Today, I had to clean up and entertain the guests, which took me a whole day. However, I drank too much yesterday, so I didn't dare to drink today. Now, I'm telling everyone that I'll update yesterday. Luckily, the Six Paths would find time to write 1 or 2 more chapters, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to update at all. After coming out of seclusion, Chunzong was about to enter the Void battlefield through the Void Passage when he met the Divine Black Military Lord. The Savage Territory is about to open. I remember you have a spot, the Divine Black Military Lord said. What's so special about the Savage Territory? Chunzong didn't know much about it. The Wild Secret Territory is a secret territory left behind from the immemorial era. It has existed for a very long time, and it still has the terrain of the immemorial era. You can directly comprehend the mysteries of the heaven and earth. The mysterious spirit general said, his face full of yearning. Being able to touch the mysteries of heaven and earth directly at a close distance, and being able to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth more directly was a great opportunity. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to enter the Savage Territory. Everyone could only enter it once in their lifetime. The Divine Black Military Lord had entered it once many years ago and gained a lot. He wanted to enter it again, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Chunzong understood more about the Savage Territory from the Divine Black Military Lord, and he couldn't help but yearn for it. There were only 10 days left before the Savage Territory opened, so Chunzong didn't leave and waited in the Divine Black Military Lord's camp. The Savage Territory belonged to the Xianyuan world and had nothing to do with the other 8 worlds. Therefore, those who entered would be cultivators from the Xianyuan world. Apart from the Xianyuan dynasty, there would also be people from the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Palace. Moreover, the Savage Territory didn't have a restriction on cultivation and age. In theory, anyone was qualified to enter. However, according to the past, the highest cultivation was the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm, and the lowest was the Middle Saint Realm. After all, most of the half-step Great Saints had already entered the Savage Territory. Those who hadn't were unable to enter due to various reasons. The entrance to the Savage Territory was between the Black Absolute Palace, and Dustless Palace. It was a valley named Savage Valley. Perhaps it was because of the Savage Desolation's secret realm. The landscape of the Savage Valley was different from other places. It looked very barren, without a single blade of grass growing. There was a desolate aura everywhere, which was incompatible with the aura outside the valley. However, it would not be assimilated and was a whole of its own. This was the Savage Territory. When everyone stepped into the Savage Valley, they immediately felt a desolate aura assaulting their bodies. This kind of aura was different from the aura of the heaven and earth essence Qi, but it did not cause any adverse effects. Chunzong allowed the aura of the desolate mountain to wash over his body. He felt that this aura seemed to be of great help in tempering his body. It was even more effective than spiritual Qi. One by one, figures entered the Savage Valley. Their bodies were filled with an astonishingly powerful aura. Immediately after, Chunzong felt a pair of eyes staring at him. It was a familiar face, Chu Wangshi. Chu Wangshi's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Until now, he still couldn't accept the fact that Chunzong was stronger than him. Instantly, a peerlessly formidable sword insight soared through the sky. Its sharp aura covered the heavens and the earth, and it seemed as if it could even slice space into pieces. Boundless, shapeless, and traceless sword Qi sprayed out in a vast and mighty manner. And it was like a surging tide that surged towards the surroundings, causing everyone to be extremely horrified. Chunzong's attention was immediately attracted. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the source of the terrifyingly sharp sword will. His pupils contracted. This sword intent, this sharpness was too shocking. It was like an invisible sword had arrived and was crazily slicing his body. It was as if it wanted to tear him into pieces and shatter him into pieces. Such sharpness pierced straight into one's mind and soul. The others felt better, but the sword cultivators felt it especially obvious. It was as if a terrifying sword had locked onto them. Their bodies trembled and their hair stood on end. They felt as if there was a heavenly sword hanging in the sky above their heads. It was about to fall and pierce through them, shatter the earth, and turn them into dust. An extremely sharp gaze swept across, as if it contained the sharpness to break everything. No one dared to look at it directly. When that gaze met with Chunzong's, it was as if an invisible chi was pulling. In an instant, an even more shocking sharpness shot out, piercing through the sky. It also seemed to pierce Chunzong's eyes and penetrate Chunzong's mind and will. Under such a terrifying gaze, those who didn't have a strong will couldn't withstand it. They would be defeated directly, leaving a shadow in their heart. From then on, their path of sword Dao would be cut off, and it would be difficult for them to move forward. However, Chunzong's sword intent was tyrannical, and his mind was incomparably tough. He wasn't affected at all, but he still felt a trace of pressure. That pressure seemed to pierce through his mind and soul. Sword intent. An extremely tyrannical sword intent. A sword intent that seemed to be above everything. Under this sword intent, it seemed that everything was like an ant. "You're that Jinni Chunzong?" The owner of the extremely sharp sword spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like the clanging of metal. His words were like invisible swords as they tore through the air. Between the heavens and the earth, there seemed to be a terrifying tide of sword chi that surged and smashed down mercilessly. Under the pressure of this extremely terrifying sword chi, there seemed to be a vacuum that made Chunzong feel suffocated. Chunzong's expression changed slightly. The sharpness in his eyes became more and more condensed, as if it had turned into the tip of a sword, piercing through the sky and penetrating everything. Between heaven and earth, there was nothing that could stop its sharpness. His eyes seemed to have turned into the tip of a sword, sweeping through everything and tearing the sky. Collision. Formless energy rippled out in all directions as countless ripples spread out. Those were countless formless sword chi that tore through the sky and shattered everything, causing everyone in the surroundings to be greatly shocked. They all retreated, afraid that they would be affected. "Not bad, you do have some skills." The person in the sky who was surrounded by extremely terrifying sword intent spoke again. His voice was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear through everything in the world. It was unstoppable and invincible. A sonorous sound resounded through heaven and earth. An extremely dazzling light bloomed. It was as if the light of the sun was highly condensed, illuminating heaven and earth. It was above all living beings and above heaven and earth. A sword. It was a sword. It was a sword that was extremely dazzling. Chunzong was instantly locked on by an increasingly terrifying aura, and his hair stood on end. His 5 fingers on his right hand moved slightly, and as fast as lightning, he clasped the hilt of the extreme edge sword. It only took a moment for the extreme edge sword to be unsheathed, blooming with an unparalleled sharpness. This person was very strong, a strong opponent, an absolutely strong opponent. From the aura, Chunzong could sense that this person's cultivation base was at the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, it was not something an ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage could compare to. The difference between him and Ming Daozi was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. Even so, Chunzong was not afraid at all. If you want to fight, wait until after the trip to the wild secret zone. In an instant, a majestic voice rang out from the 9 heavens with an unparalleled pressure. It seemed to suppress all resistance and injustice, making it difficult for anyone to resist. Under the terrifying pressure, whether it was Chunzong or the figure in the sky who was emitting a terrifying aura, all of them were affected. They could not unsheathe their swords, and the sword light dimmed. The person who spoke was a half-step Great Saint Stage powerhouse. This was the Wild Valley, and fierce fighting was not allowed. Otherwise, it would cause unnecessary damage. When the pressure dissipated, Chunzong's right hand also left the sword hilt and relaxed slightly. The figure in the sky that emitted an incomparably astonishing aura sheathed his sword, and the astonishingly dazzling sword light dissipated. His extremely terrifying aura was also completely withdrawn. After the Wild Secret Zone, I want to see if you have the qualifications to be called a Jiandi. The person stared at Chunzong, and his words were as sharp as a sword. Anytime. Chunzong replied unhurriedly as he thought about the other party's identity. With such a cultivation base and sword intent, he was not an ordinary cultivator. In the Xianyuan world, he was an extremely famous person. Chunzong was no longer a rookie, and he had a good understanding of the geniuses and experts in the Xianyuan world. His thoughts were as fast as lightning, and after thinking for a while, he immediately thought of a person who matched this person. Sword King Tian. This title was bestowed by the King Naming Pagoda. He was ranked above average on the 8-colored King Naming Monument, and was a Sword Dao expert. Sword King Tian came from an extraordinary background, and his talent was astonishing. It was said that when he was born, he had sword chi that spanned 1,000 feet across the sky. He was taken in by the Black Absolute Palace, and became the disciple of the Black Absolute Palace's first elder, who taught him with great care. Sword King Tian also did not disappoint, and he improved by leaps and bounds. He was the best among his peers, and no one in the Black Absolute Palace could match him. Even his peers in the Unsullied Hall were suppressed. In that era, many geniuses in the Xianyuan dynasty could not compete with him. It could be said that more than 100 years ago, Sword King Tian was almost invincible with his sword in hand. It was also because of this that Sword King Tian comprehended the sword intent of Ling Tian, and it was at the high-level Dao intent level. After that, he constantly honed it, and it was said that he once stepped into the vast wilderness and used his sword to hone himself, causing the sword intent of Ling Tian to become a top-level Dao intent, and its power increased greatly. Sword King Tian, who grasped the top-level Dao intent, was naturally even stronger. It could be said that in the Xianyuan world, Sword King Tian was definitely one of the strongest below half-step Great Sage experts. He was also known as the #1 Sword Dao below half-step Great Sage experts. Sword King Tian. Sword intent of Ling Tian. Sword intent of Ling Tian did not allow others to surpass him. This was his belief, will, and path. And now, Chunzong practiced his sword, challenged the Monarch Bestowment Pagoda, and even obtained the title of Jiandi. Sword King. Jiandi. Anyone could tell who was superior and who was inferior. On the Monarch Bestowment Monument, there were not many Sword Kings, but there were also quite a number of them. As for Jiandi, there was only one such person in all of history. Sword King Tian was naturally unconvinced. His sword Dao was Ling Tian, which was above the heavens and earth, let alone humans. Coincidentally, the last time the Savage Mystic Realm opened, Sword King Tian was in the vast wilderness, roaming the world with his sword, and missed the opportunity. This time, he obtained the opportunity to enter the Savage Mystic Realm and met Chunzong. Sword King Tian. Chunzong murmured. His blood essence seemed to be boiling, and traces of sword intent were born in his heart, gradually condensing. Heart Sword Dao intent originated from the heart. Sword King Ling Tian was an expert in the Sword Dao. He was an excellent opponent, an opponent that could be of great help to his Sword Dao. Chapter 1594. The third and fourth chapters are to make up for yesterday's update. The terrain of the Savage Valley was strange. It was like a desert, barren, and desolate. However, it was not very big. Normally, this place was very desolate, and few people came here. Only now, when the Savage territory was about to open, many people came from afar. It was said that every time the Savage territory opened, it could only accommodate a limited number of people. After all, the Savage territory originated from the Primordial Age. It was a territory left behind from the Primordial Age. With the passage of time, it became rarer and rarer. Because the Savage territory originated from the Primordial Age, it was incompatible with the present. When people of the present entered the Savage territory, they would carry the aura of the present, clashing with the Savage aura of the Primordial Age. When the aura of the present reached a certain level, it would affect the savage territory, causing it to collapse and cease to exist. Therefore, when the savage territory opened, there was a limit to the number of people who could enter. The Xianyuan dynasty could enter 200 people. The Black Absolute Palace and Wuqian Hall could enter 100 people each. Since there was a limit to the number of people, there would naturally be a distribution. Not everyone could get it, and not everyone could get it. 200 people might sound like a lot, but compared to the entire Xianyuan dynasty, it was insignificant. One had to know that there were many cultivators in the Xianyuan dynasty. There were many cultivators who wanted to enter the savage baron's secret territory. Back then, in order to recruit Qinzong, the Divine Black Army promised to give him a place to enter the savage territory. It was reasonable for Chu Wangshi to get a place. After all, he was the personal disciple of Sage Xianyuan, a supreme saint expert. So was Chu Yuqing. The 200 spots were divided. The Xianyuan royal family took the majority, the Xintian army and the Jinyuan guards each took a portion, and the last portion was distributed among the other powerful forces. The number of spots that each powerful force could get was actually not many. At most, they could get 2 or 3. At least, they could get 1. Most of the forces could not even get 1. This kind of opportunity had always been controlled by a more powerful force. As for Sword King Towering Heaven obtaining a spot, it was very normal. After all, he was the strongest person among his peers in Darkness Absolute Palace. He could be considered one of the best among his peers in the entire Mystic Essence world. He could be considered one of the top 3 super experts. Waiting. The 400 qualified people were waiting in the Savage Valley for the secret realm to open. As time passed, the ancient aura in the Savage Barren Valley grew thicker and thicker. This meant that the Savage Barren Mystery Realm was about to open. Qinzong stood there with his back as straight as a sword. His eyes were slightly closed, leaving only a sliver of light hidden in them. The non-quenching jade art was running slowly, constantly tempering his body and improving his body, refining cultivation. The primordial aura here was of no help to the Qi cultivation Dao, but it was of great help to the body cultivation Dao. Although Qinzong had been cultivating his body tempering all this while it was only as a support, what he really improved was his Qi refinement. Therefore, after so many years, his Qi refinement cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. But his body tempering cultivation was only at the early 6th Heaven Chaos Heaven stage. Wisps of pure, desolate Qi were absorbed into his body. The rank 5 purple blaze of devastation burned, further refining the desolate Qi and integrating it into his body. Little by little, it strengthened his chaotic sky force, further refining his body, improving his physique, and improving his body, refining cultivation. The others did not just wait. Some stood quietly, some sat down, and so on. They all cultivated or comprehended. Some people made small gestures with their hands, as if they were demonstrating the profundity of martial arts. The spots were very limited. Therefore, those who could get a spot were usually extraordinary. They were at least at the level of geniuses. All of them knew the importance of opportunities. Before entering, they had to improve themselves as much as possible. Sharpening one sword before the battle, even if it was not fast, it would still shine. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. It was as if it came from the ancient times. It was vigorous, and endless. An arc streaked across the sky like a ray of light breaking through the clouds. In an instant, it stretched and spread out. It was as if a different space-time was gradually revealing itself. Everyone's attention was attracted. Their eyes shone with a sharp light as they stared, as if they could see through the void. It's here. The Savage Baron secret zone is about to open. Everyone felt the sudden surge of the primordial aura and was immediately delighted. Of the 400 people, other than experts like the Heaven Almighty Sword King, there was no lack of other famous experts in the Xianyuan world, such as the Heaven-Raising Saber King, True Lord Vast Sea, and so on. They stared and stopped cultivating. They focused on waiting for the opening of the Savage Baron secret zone. The arc of light continued to stretch and expand. It was as if an illusory outline of a world was gradually cutting into the space of the Xinyuan world of Tianyuan, sacred region. When the arc of light stretched to about 10 meters, it stopped and stabilized. "Let's go," someone shouted. Instantly, he turned into a ray of light and flew out at an astonishing speed. He rushed toward the arc of light in an instant. That was the entrance to the Savage Baron's secret zone. The 400 people moved quickly. They fought to be the first to enter, and each of them displayed a different profound movement technique. Chunzong turned into a ray of lightning and flew out in an instant. Among the 400 people, Chunzong's cultivation was not the highest. He was at the peak of the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage, which was only above average. There were dozens of people whose cultivation was higher than Chunzong's, but not all of them were stronger than Chunzong. An ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage was no match for Chunzong. He could kill him with a single strike. Chunzong did not know how strong he was at the peak of the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage. However, he would be able to verify it in the Savage Baron's secret zone. In the blink of an eye, the bolt of lightning that Chunzong had transformed into entered the arc of light. An extremely dense and ancient aura assaulted Chunzong's face, making him feel as if his entire body was soaked in a dense and almost liquefied ancient aura. He continued to circulate the non-li quenching jade technique until it reached its peak and broke through. The blazing aura swept through his body. It was as if he was in a furnace that was being tempered. Then, Chunzong felt his bones become harder and his muscles become tighter. His body refinement cultivation had broken through. Intermediate 6th level chaotic heaven stage. Breaking through from the initial stage to the middle stage was not much of an improvement, and it was not a much help to Chunzong's overall strength. However, it was still better than nothing. More importantly, it would be easier to raise his body tempering cultivation in this place. Previously, his body refinement cultivation had improved slowly not only because he did not have as much time and energy as chi refinement, but also because of the cultivation environment and resources. Compared to chi refinement, body refinement was not as particular about talent. Instead, it was more about hard work and resources. As long as one worked hard enough and had enough resources, they could improve faster. The Savage Baron's secret zone had retained the landform of the primordial era. During the primordial era, body refinement was popular, but chi refinement was nowhere to be seen. The primordial era was a golden age for body refinement. Chunzong's body refinement cultivation did not stop there. Pure, primordial aura continued to enter his body and raise his body refinement cultivation bit by bit. Chunzong estimated that even if he did not take the initiative to cultivate, he would be able to raise his body refinement cultivation to the late stage of the 6th level Chaos Heaven stage by the time the Savage Secret Zone closed. The Savage Baron's secret zone would be open for about a month. In essence, the Savage Secret Realm was equivalent to a small, independent world, and it was formed from the intense battle between the supreme experts of the primeval times, causing a corner of the primeval world to collapse, and it evolved over countless years. The Savage Baron's secret zone drifted in the void. Usually it was parallel to the Lingwu sacred world. Only at certain times would it meet with the Lingwu sacred world and open an entrance for people to enter. It was uncertain where some Savage Baron's secret zones would meet with the Lingwu sacred world. However, some Savage Baron's secret zones would meet at a fixed location. Every time they met, there would be a time limit. It could be long or short. It could be a few months or even half a day. The Savage Baron's secret zones that met at a fixed location usually met at a fixed time as well. 1 month. The earth was thick and heavy, as if it was infinite. It had an indescribable weight that could bear everything. This feeling was very real, which surprised Chunzong. The yellowish-brown color was endless, spreading to the farthest place. It was shocking. Huge rocks were scattered around, each of which was dozens of meters tall. It was a shocking sight. The trees were towering, as if they had been growing for countless years. Even the smallest tree was hundreds of meters tall. The crown of the tree was like a huge umbrella, The mountains in the distance were like ancient giants. They were extremely tall. Shenzong felt very small here. It was as if he had entered a kingdom of giants. Savage Baron. Shenzong could not help muttering to himself. His face was full of shock. Not only Shenzong, but the others who had entered the Savage Baron's secret zone were also shocked. At the same time, they felt the gravity here was more than 10 times that of the outside world. I've been to the Vast Baron. Their environment is different from our Tian Yuan sacred region. However, compared to the Savage Baron's secret zone, it's not shocking enough. A 9th-level Saint Rudiment stage muttered to himself. The Vast Baron had some of the landforms from the ancient times. However, the ancient times originated from the primordial era and had changed a lot. Only a little remained. Dong, dong, dong. A huge sound suddenly rang out from the huge forest in the distance. It was as if an ancient giant was beating a war drum with a huge drumstick. It was incomparably shocking. Every sound caused the ground to tremble. The vibrations were transmitted from afar and were keenly captured by the crowd. Through the vibrations, the crowd could vaguely feel the power and weight of the sound. Shocking. Soon after, a huge figure walked out from the huge forest. It was a giant beast that was dozens of meters in size. The giant beast was covered in armor from head to tail, like a battle armor. It looked very majestic. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a cow, but it was more domineering. Immemorial desolate beast, giant armored bull. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Immemorial desolate beasts were beasts that only existed in the primordial era. They were extinct in the Lingwu sacred world because the environment in the Lingwu sacred world was not suitable for immemorial desolate beasts. However, the landscape of the Savage Baron's secret zone originated from the primordial era and was not much different from the primordial era. Therefore, it was normal for immemorial desolate beasts to inhabit it. Previously, Shenzong had talked with the divine Xin General. The general had told Shenzong a lot of information about the Savage Baron's secret zone. Shenzong knew that there were immemorial desolate beasts in the Savage Baron's secret zone. Giant Armored Bull. Chapter 1595. The gigantic armored bull was dozens of meters tall, and its body was shockingly huge. The armor on its body seemed to be filled with power, as if its body contained an endless amount of brute force. The gigantic armored bull's armor is extremely hard, and its defense is amazing. It's almost impossible to break through it, and its strength is terrifying. It can easily crush a mountain. Shenzong's eyes flashed as all kinds of information about the gigantic armored bull flashed through his mind. He was weighing whether to kill it or not. This was because the blood of an immemorial desolate beast was extremely effective for refining one's body. If he bathed in its blood to refine his body, it would be more efficient than simply absorbing the ancient aura of the wild, desolate secret zone. It would be at least 10 times more efficient. Just as Shenzong thought about it, someone had already charged out with a powerful aura, quickly approaching the gigantic armored bull. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters apart, the gigantic armored bull could still feel the murderous intent sweeping towards it. Its eyes glowed red as it shot out thousands of meters, as if it could pierce through everything. A terrifying aura suddenly exploded from its huge body, turning into a terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. The power contained in the storm instantly shattered the boulders within a 1,000-meter radius. Just the aura alone could cause such shocking destruction. It was shocking. The person who attacked was at the late 8th level Saint Rudiment stage. He was a prodigy, and an ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator was no match for him. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had crossed tens of thousands of meters and was closing in on the gigantic armored bull. He threw out a punch. The tyrannical Saint energy penetrated his arm and reached his fist like a dragon. It broke through the air and blasted out. A resounding and domineering dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. It was extremely violent and filled all directions. The air was shattered, and the space seemed to be shattered. This punch was merciless, like a dragon emerging from the water. The gigantic armored bull let out a furious roar as its body slightly arched, and its two enormous curved horns seemed to flicker with a wisp of red light. Shortly after, its four limbs erupted with an incomparably terrifying strength, causing the ground to tremble and instantly collapse. An incomparably terrifying strength erupted from the great armored bull, which was dozens of meters tall, as it pushed its enormous and vigorous body forward in an incomparably ferocious and tyrannical manner. Its thick and solid limbs trampled on the thick and hard ancient ground, causing the sand and stones to be crushed into powder in an instant. Terrifying ripples swept out from the center of the four hooves like a violent wave, causing countless sand and stones to be shaken and suspended in the air, before being crushed by the astonishing strength. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters away, the crowd could clearly feel the ground shaking. The gigantic armored bull. The gigantic armored bull. Of the gigantic armored bull's aura. The eighth heaven Saint Rudiment stage prodigy was one of the stronger ones among the 400 people. Therefore, it was time for him to test the gigantic armored bull's strength. Tens of thousands of meters was nothing to an eighth heaven Saint Rudiment stage prodigy. Even if the gravity here was 10 times stronger than the outside world, causing everyone's bodies to become heavier and more restricted, a distance of tens of thousands of meters was still nothing. Close. He quickly closed in on the gigantic armored bull. The gigantic armored bull's speed was extremely shocking. The punch was like a dragon breaking out of the water. It carried a terrifying force that could destroy mountains as it directly bombarded the gigantic armored bull's head. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated as countless energy ripples exploded. It was as if the void had been shattered. Starting from the head, the gigantic armored bull's fist shattered inch by inch until its tail was completely shattered. The gigantic armored bull's head trembled, and its charging momentum came to a halt. Its four hooves slid back slightly. It was obvious that the strength of the punch was extremely tyrannical. Not only did it block the gigantic armored bull's charge, but even pushed it back slightly. The gigantic armored bull, that was dozens of meters in size, possessed an extremely frightening strength. The might of its charge was truly shocking to the extreme. It was as if it could smash apart a mountain. However, it was forced to stop and retreat slightly by this punch. From this, one could see how frightening this punch was. However, the gigantic armored bull's strength was also apparent. Even though it was pushed back by such a powerful punch, it did not seem to be injured at all. The gigantic armored bull shook its head slightly, as if it was dizzy. It became even more furious, and the red light that shot out from its eyes became even more intense. It was as if the red light had materialized and directly dyed the surrounding air red, as if it was filled with a bloody light. Its terrifying aura became even more violent and irritable. Two blazing auras shot out from the gigantic armored bull's nostrils, creating a shocking roar. Rage. Berserk. Once again, the gigantic armored bull unleashed a terrifying strength. It charged out in an instant, smashing through the void as it charged mercilessly towards the late-stage 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. The late 8th Heaven Saint Realm prodigy was shocked when he saw that his punch had failed to cause any damage to the giant armored bull. His expression turned solemn when he saw the giant armored bull charging at him furiously. However, he had no intention of dodging. He lowered his back into a horse stance and clenched his right fist at his waist. The saint energy in his body surged into his right arm, and the dragon's roar became louder and louder as it reverberated between heaven and earth. Streaks of white energy circled around his right arm, as if a dragon was coiling around his right arm. The dragon's head and fist merged into one in an instant. Boom! Another punch was thrown out, and the void in front of him seemed to have collapsed under this punch. It was earth-shattering. The dragon that was thrown out this time did not seem as big as the first punch, but it was more condensed and powerful. Boom! The dragon shattered once again, and the gigantic armored bull's terrifying charge came to a halt as it was repelled once again. However, the gigantic armored bull was still unharmed. It only seemed a little dizzy from the blow to its head. Seizing this opportunity, the late-stage, 8th Heaven, Saint Rudiment stage, cultivator quickly closed in on the gigantic armored bull. Both of his fists were covered in a layer of terrifying saint energy as he punched out. 1 punch, 10 punches, 100 punches. In just a short breath, the person had thrown out 100 punches. All of them landed on the gigantic armored bull's head, causing it to slide back continuously as its head grew dizzier. 100 punches in a breath was not considered fast. In fact, it was considered slow for an 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. However, one had to know that the gravity here was 10 times stronger than the outside world. Under 10 times the gravity, one's movements would become slower, and the consumption of energy would increase. Therefore, it was considered fast to be able to throw out 100 punches in a breath here. Accumulating power. With a powerful punch, the dragon tore through the air and landed directly on the gigantic armored bull's head. With this punch, the gigantic armored bull let out a mournful cry as its huge body swayed and fell to the side. Its body, that was dozens of meters tall, fell heavily to the ground with a thunderous boom. The entire ground shook violently as sand and dust billowed in all directions. When the dust settled, the gigantic armored bull's huge body fell to the ground. Its head was smashed open and bright red blood flowed out. Not only did the blood not have a stench, but it also had a hint of a sweet fragrance. However, the gigantic armored bull was not truly dead. It was still struggling to get up. What tenacious vitality! Everyone was shocked. After grasping the gigantic armored bull's strength, they did not continue to watch the battle. Instead, they each chose a direction and left quickly. The wild, desolate secret zone would only be open for a month. It was not a long time, as time was of the essence. Chunzong immediately used the 8th step of the 9 Heavens lightning stamp. With his current cultivation, the 8th step of the 9 Heavens lightning stamp did not put too much of a burden on him. However, when he used it here, Chunzong felt that his energy consumption was much greater than outside. After all, the gravity here was 10 times greater than outside. A flash of lightning flashed across the vast sky and moved forward at a rapid speed. Chunzong operated the non-quenching jade martial art to refine his body and promoted his cultivation bit by bit. This was the best place to refine one's body, which made Chunzong's mind active. Another point was that the mysteries of heaven and earth were clearer. This clearer feeling could be described as compared to the outside world. For example, when he was comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth in the outside world, it was like there was a veil separating him from the outside world. But here, that veil was gone, and he could see the mysteries of heaven and earth more directly. Comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth, refining the body, this was Chunzong's goal in entering the wild, desolate secret zone. According to the military lore of Xinxian, there were places in the wild, desolate secret zone where one could comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth more clearly. Chunzong wanted to find such places, and it would be easier for him to do so. Roar. That was the roar of an immemorial desolate beast. Immediately, an extremely terrifying purple light with countless electric arcs shot up from the ground and bombarded Chunzong. This attack was so powerful that it seemed to be able to shatter the sky, which made Chunzong slightly surprised. His body paused and turned, and Chunzong immediately dodged the terrifying purple lightning. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a giant beast on the ground. It was a giant python. This giant python was more than 100 meters long, and its thick body was covered with huge scales. Streaks of purple lightning covered its entire body. This was a purple lightning python. Unlike the giant armored bull, which had amazing defense and strength, the purple lightning python's physique was not as strong, but it was born with the power of lightning, which was very powerful. The attack just now was so powerful that if he had not been vigilant enough, he would have been severely injured. Without hesitation, Chunzong swooped down, his right hand grabbing the hilt of his sword. The sword light was like a bolt of lightning as it shot out from the scabbard, smashing down from the sky with an irresistible force. It was like a bolt of lightning from the nine heavens as it blasted towards the coiled body of the purple lightning python on the ground. Nine heavens, lightning controlling sword technique, Thunderblast. This sword technique was obtained from the Nine Firmament Sword King, and its grade was extremely high, extremely profound, and its might was extremely formidable as well. Especially after Chun Zong cultivated the lightning Dao insight to the ninth cycle. When combined with the profundities of the Thunderstomp ninefold heavens, its might was shocking when executed. The sword struck down like a bolt of heavenly lightning, capable of shattering everything. This attack was extremely fast and mysterious, making it difficult for the purple lightning python to dodge. After all, its body was very big. The blazing lightning carried with it a terrifying force as it directly bombarded the purple lightning python's body. The purple lightning python's body trembled as countless lightning bolts exploded on its body and quickly covered its entire body. Chapter 1596. Chapter 5 and 6 are today's updates. Although the immemorial desolate beast purple lightning python's physique was not as strong as the giant armored bull's, as an immemorial desolate beast, its physique was astonishing and could withstand many powerful attacks. Furthermore, the purple lightning python was born with the ability to control the power of thunder and lightning. Not only could it release the power of thunder and lightning, it could also absorb the power of thunder and lightning. This was why Chun Zong's attack was not effective. The purple lightning python's powerful physique and amazing control of thunder and lightning gave it astonishing strength. A hissing sound suddenly sounded. It was extremely ear-piercing and made Chun Zong's scalp tingle. Immediately, a bolt of purple lightning shot out from the purple lightning python's mouth. It was so fast that it tore through the sky and shattered everything. Chun Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. His longsword trembled slightly as he met the purple lightning bolt from the side. A powerful force burst forth, seemingly passing through the body of his sword, causing Chun Zong's wrist to tremble and his arm to feel slightly numb. However, he was able to slightly dodge because of this. His body was like a powerful arrow, exploding with speed as he shot down in a flash, his sword slicing through the air towards the purple lightning python. Chun Zong's sword was fast and accurate. It was extremely ruthless as it directly hit the purple lightning python's body. However, he realized that the scales on its body were extremely tough and slippery, causing the tip of the sword to unconsciously deviate. The powerful force of the sword was also dissipated bit by bit. Chun Zong also realized that many purple lightning arcs were generated from the scales and gathered together, further resisting the attack of the extreme edge sword. Although the sword hit the purple lightning python, it did not cause any damage. This level of defensive power made Chun Zong very surprised. Sizzling sounds could be heard, causing one's scalp to go numb. Countless purple lightning arcs spread across the giant python's body, emitting an incomparably shocking destructive power. They quickly passed through the extreme sword and wreaked havoc towards Chun Zong, as if they wanted to kill him. At the same time, a terrifying storm suddenly swept out. That was the purple lightning python's tail. It carried the power of thunder and lightning as it mercilessly smashed towards Chun Zong. This strike was powerful enough to shatter a mountain. If one were to be struck by it, it would be difficult for them to withstand it, and they would definitely be severely injured. In the face of danger, Chun Zong swiftly stepped forward, his body moving like a bolt of lightning as he dodged the ferocious attack of the purple lightning python's gigantic tail. A terrifying force swept past his body, as if it wanted to shatter him. The ground was directly bombarded, instantly collapsing as an astonishing crack rapidly spread out. Rumbling sounds filled the air as the earth shook incessantly. Dust and smoke billowed like giant waves. Chun Zong stood in the air and struck out with his sword, full of mystery. Limitless. One sword was like 10,000 swords, and 10,000 swords became one sword. The beam of sword light pierced through the air as if 10,000 swords had struck the same spot on the purple lightning python's body at the same time. However, it was blocked by the purple lightning python's scales. Countless arcs of purple lightning quickly gathered from all directions and released a shocking amount of power to resist Chunzong's sword attack. However, the limitless sword had been continuously improved and perfected, and its might had become even more tyrannical. It was like a hot knife through butter. The extreme edge sword broke through all obstructions and defenses as it poured into the purple lightning python's body. The shocking sword chi wreaked havoc in the purple lightning python's body, killing its life force. The difference between Chunzong's body and the purple lightning python's was huge. It was like comparing an elephant to an ant. The extreme edge sword was also extremely small and insignificant to the purple lightning python. However, the power it contained was extremely tyrannical. It wantonly destroyed the purple lightning python's body and extinguished its life force. The purple lightning python was an immemorial desolate beast. Its body was strong, and its life force was extremely tenacious. Therefore, it did not die immediately. Instead, it counterattacked crazily. Even if it died, it wanted to drag someone down with it and perish together. The giant tail swept out in all directions, containing a terrifying and direct power. It destroyed everything in its path, and the ground within a radius of several thousand meters was completely shattered and caved in. Countless arcs of purple lightning poured out from the purple lightning python's body without reservation. They wreaked havoc in all directions, destroying everything. For a moment, Chunzong found it difficult to approach. After all, this was the purple lightning python's dying counterattack. Its power was too shocking. If he was not careful, he would be injured. His body moved, avoiding the purple lightning python's dying counterattack. Chunzong observed every movement of the purple lightning python, reflecting them one by one with the 24 dragons and snakes' portrait. The 24 dragons and snakes' portrait's profundity was profound. Even now, Chunzong had only comprehended a portion of it. Dragons, snakes, and pythons all had something in common. It was also appropriate to observe the python and understand the dragon and snake. The infinite sword's sword chi invaded the purple lightning python's body and wreaked havoc. It penetrated its entire body and extinguished its life force. Gradually, the purple lightning python's dying counterattack weakened. In the end, it could no longer threaten Chunzong at all. However, everything within a radius of a few thousand meters had been reduced to dust. The earth had cracked and caved in. It was a ghastly sight. The consequences of such a dying counterattack were too shocking. But in the end, the powerful and tenacious purple lightning python also died. Ancient desolate beasts are really amazing, Chunzong thought to himself. This purple lightning python's strength was enough to kill an ordinary ninth heaven saint realm cultivator. Its vitality was also extremely tenacious. It was terrifying. Fortunately, he was strong enough. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to kill it, but he would also be killed. Immediately, Chunzong swung his sword. The extreme edge sword's edge cut open the purple lightning python's body, leaving a deep wound. After losing its vitality, the purple lightning python lost its amazing defensive power. Blood spurted out. Chunzong's figure moved and directly entered the wound. He entered the enormous body of the purple lightning python, and his entire body was immersed in the purple lightning python's blood that flowed like a river. The non-quenching jade art circulated at full force. The purple lightning python's body was huge, and its physique was tyrannical. As an ancient, desolate beast, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Its blood contained a vast amount of energy. Although some of the energy contained in its blood had been lost due to its death, there was still a lot left. Absorbing it with all his strength, the chaos heavenly energy strengthened bit by bit, nourishing his physique and increasing his body temper and cultivation. His large tendons undulated like dragons, releasing waves of extremely terrifying power. As his internal organs rippled, layers of aura spread out, enveloping his entire body. The purple domain incineration fire burned wantonly, completely burning away the impurities and harmful parts of the purple lightning python's blood. The blood of an ancient, desolate beast did contain a vast amount of energy that could be used for body tempering. However, it also contained impurities. These impurities were not beneficial to cultivators, only harmful. Under normal circumstances, the impurities in the blood must be removed before it could be absorbed and refined. This required a long process and would cause the blood to lose more energy, weakening its effects. If the impurities were not removed and refined directly, it would cause adverse effects on the body. If the injuries were light, the body would be injured. If the injuries were severe, the body would be disturbed and go crazy. After all, the impurities contained the will of an ancient, desolate beast. Shenzong did not need to worry about this. Everything was thanks to the purple universe incineration fire's amazing power. Refine, absorb. Shenzong could feel that his body-tempering cultivation was constantly increasing. The life force of an ancient, desolate beast python that was more than 100 meters in size was astonishing. Furthermore, Shenzong could feel traces of lightning energy from the blood. This was the innate power of the purple lightning python. It was being refined and absorbed by Shenzong bit by bit. Shenzong felt that this seemed to be useful for his cultivation of the 9th step of the lightning stamp 9 heavens. The lightning stamp 9 heavens was created with a lofty goal. The 9th step could reach the level of a 9th grade secret technique. Therefore, it was not easy to create and master. After all these years, Shenzong had perfected it to the 8th step. However, the 9th step was even more difficult, and he only had some clues. Now, he discovered that refining the purple lightning python's blood and obtaining the lightning energy from it was helpful for him to perfect the lightning stamp 9 heavens. This was a pleasant surprise. Before long, Shenzong had completely refined and absorbed the purple lightning python's blood. His body-tempering cultivation had another breakthrough. Late-stage 6th level chaotic heaven realm. In a flash, he rushed out of the shriveled purple lightning python's body and landed on the ground with a shocking sound. Tyrannical power surged within his body. Shenzong clenched his fists, and a shocking explosion sounded as if it could shatter everything. Tyrannical. This feeling was very clear, very obvious, and very intoxicating. However, Shenzong did not lose himself in it and quickly sobered up. His cultivation base was only at the late-stage 6th level chaotic heaven realm. It was nothing to be proud of, and he could not be complacent. Continue. Shenzong set off again. He searched for a cultivation, sacred ground, suitable for comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. He also searched for ancient, desolate beasts, especially those that could control lightning energy. Time passed slowly. After a few days, Shenzong still did not find a sacred cultivation ground with rich mysteries. However, he did kill a few immemorial desolate beasts and used their blood essence to refine his body, causing his physique to become even more tyrannical. His body refinement cultivation had a significant increase. The limit of the 6th level chaotic heaven realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the late-stage chaotic heaven realm. As for the 9th step of the Thunderstomp 9 levels, he was still unable to perfect it because the ancient desolate beasts he killed were not of the lightning attribute. If I refine another ancient desolate beast's blood essence, my body-tempering cultivation base will break through to the 7th level chaotic heaven realm. Shenzong thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. Body-tempering power was different from Qi cultivation power. No matter how powerful Qi cultivation power was, it was hidden in the body and could not be sensed when it was not used. However, body-tempering power directly increased the body's strength and was always present. The feeling of possessing power and controlling power was naturally the best. Although the Savage Baron's secret realm was formed by the primordial era's world fragment, it was still very vast. 400 people entered it, and with the pressure of 10 times the gravity, everyone's speed was greatly reduced. Therefore, in just a few days, everyone was still in the middle of the journey and had not reached the end. In addition to the ancient desolate beasts, there were also many treasures, such as spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Moreover, they were all treasures that were useful for body tempering. However, most of the treasures were only useful for low-level body tempering. With Chunzong's current body tempering level, it was not easy to find treasures that were useful for body tempering. Chapter 1597. In the savage, desolate secret realm, the sky was high. Endless primal chaos aura swept across like a gale. Strands after strands of primal chaos aura were like the waters of a great river, flowing endlessly and majestically. It was as if it had flowed from ancient times to the present, crossing countless space-time and eras. Under the primal chaos heavens, there was an endless barren land, vast and ancient. A giant beast covered in silver light was roaring at the sky. Layers of extremely terrifying sound waves rushed out from its mouth, wreaking havoc in the nine heavens. The sound was earth-shattering and abnormally terrifying. It shattered the sky and blasted towards Chunzong. This was a lion with a pair of huge, saber-like teeth in its mouth. Immemorial desolate beast, saber-tooth, lightning lion. Its body was extremely huge, exceeding 100 meters. The aura it emitted was extremely powerful, even more powerful than the large armored bull and purple lightning python from before. Strands of silver lightning wreaked havoc on its sturdy, steel-like body, releasing an extremely shocking power, as if it could destroy everything. Chunzong's figure flashed, dodging the impact of the sound waves. With a slash of his sword, the sword beam tore through the void like a crescent moon, directly slashing at the saber-tooth, lightning lion's body. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded, and countless sparks could be seen sputtering out. The saber-tooth, lightning lion's body was actually so powerful. Chunzong's terrifying slash, which could split a mountain, was unable to harm it at all. However, Chunzong already knew about the strength of an immemorial desolate beast body, so he was not surprised that his slash was unable to kill it. The purpose of his slash was to get closer to the saber-tooth lightning lion before killing it. After all, his strongest sword technique was best suited for close-quarters combat. The saber-tooth lightning lion's strength was much more powerful than the purple lightning python, and the pressure it brought to Chunzong was not small. Sharp claws swept across the sky as countless silver-colored lightning gathered and unleashed an incomparably terrifying might. It was as though a single claw could tear the sky apart. Hundreds of silver-colored lightning bolts tore through the sky and shot towards Chunzong, seemingly transforming into a lightning cage that enveloped Chunzong, causing him to be trapped and unable to escape. He could only face it head-on. Chunzong's expression was solemn. The light in his eyes condensed like a real sword. Then, he struck out with his sword. The saber-tooth, lightning lion size was more than 100 times larger than Chunzong's. That single sharp claw was huge even for Chunzong. Just based on the difference in size, it could easily crush Chunzong into smithereens. However, a battle never depended on size. If a large body could win, then what was the point of cultivating? The human race would have been wiped out long ago. After all, huge beasts were everywhere. His sword slashed through the air, instantly colliding with one of the huge claws. From the side, an incomparably shocking power burst forth, and with an extremely ingenious technique of exerting force, it instantly caused the claw to shift slightly. Chunzong, on the other hand, borrowed the force of the recoil to increase his speed. In an instant, he rushed out from the gap between the giant claws. Countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, but they couldn't do anything to Chunzong. On the contrary, they were split apart by Chunzong's sword. High up in the air, the sword tore through the air like a falling star, bringing with it an extremely terrifying power. In just an instant, Chunzong's sword had slashed the saber-tooth lightning lion's body over 100 times. However, every strike caused sparks to burst out from the saber-toothed lightning lion's body. It was very difficult to slash the same spot with over 100 strikes at the same time. This was because Chunzong discovered that the saber-toothed lightning lion's muscles would constantly vibrate. The vibrations were very subtle, but they were also very fast. This affected his every strike, causing his accuracy to shift slightly. A primordial desolate beast was no trifling matter. It was not that easy to kill. However, Chunzong was not discouraged at all. The saber-toothed lightning lion's strength was indeed very strong, and he was not weak either. Furthermore, as long as he killed it, he could use its blood to refine his body. This would definitely allow his body refinement cultivation to break through to the 7th level of the chaotic heaven realm. Furthermore, there was hope that he could use the power of lightning in its blood to perfect the 9th step of the lightning step 9 heavens. Chunzong executed the infinite sword chain. Countless densely packed sword lights surrounded the saber-toothed lightning lion. Each sword light spread out like smoke, enveloping the surroundings. Countless sword lights crazily slashed the saber-toothed lightning lion's tyrannical body that seemed to be cast from iron, causing thousands of sparks to burst out. The saber-toothed lightning lion's body was humongous, and its strength was extremely tyrannical. Its speed was also very astonishing. Even so, it was still unable to dodge Chunzong's attacks. The gravity here was 10 times that of the outside world. Every strike would consume a lot more energy. However, Chunzong had refined his body and had reached the limit of the 6th level of the chaotic heaven realm. His tyrannical physique allowed Chunzong to better adapt to the gravity here. In addition to his astonishing control over his own strength, the effects on him were not that great. The terrifying muscles on the saber-toothed lightning lion's body trembled unceasingly. Bolts of silver lightning blazed to the extreme, filled with incomparably terrifying destructive power. Not only did it block Chunzong's attack, it also counterattacked at the same time. Limitless. Under the heart domain, Chunzong slashed out again. One sword turned into 10,000 swords, and the 10,000 swords became one sword. This was an extremely tyrannical sword move. Kill. This was the second strongest sword move that Chunzong had mastered so far. As for the strongest sword move, it was close to the extreme state and was not easy to use. However, with Chunzong's current strength, the infinite sword move was strong enough. Under the sword move, the saber-toothed lightning lion's layers of lightning were instantly torn apart. Its extremely tough skin was also instantly torn apart, and its terrifyingly tyrannical muscles were similarly pierced through. The extreme sword pierced through the saber-toothed lightning lion's body like a hot knife through butter all the way to the sword hilt. An extremely terrifying power passed through the sword body like endless waves, rapidly rushing into the saber-toothed lightning lion's body and wantonly destroying it. The sword chi contained in the infinite sword move was extremely terrifying. It easily destroyed the purple lightning python's astonishing vitality. The saber-toothed lightning lion's strength was much greater than the purple lightning python's, and its vitality was also more tenacious. However, it was also unable to withstand the power of this sword move. However, the saber-toothed lightning lion's counterattack was even more frenzied. Saber fangs, claws, and tail crazily bombarded in all directions. For a moment, Chunzong could only retreat. Everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was destroyed. Be it the ground, sand, rocks, or trees, they were all pulverized into powder. It was extremely terrifying. Avoid the sharp edge. Chunzong acutely sensed that the saber-toothed lightning lion's vitality was rapidly depleting. After a few seconds, the saber-toothed lightning lion's counterattack became weaker and weaker. Chunzong attacked a second time, piercing through the saber-toothed lightning lion's forehead infinitely, ending the saber-toothed lightning lion's life. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately slashed open the saber-tooth lightning lion's body. With a flash, he entered and circulated the non-li quenching jade technique with all his might. Once he circulated the cultivation technique, Chunzong felt that the saber-tooth lightning lion's blood contained power that was several times stronger than the purple lightning python's. Primordial desolate beasts did not have so-called beast cores. Their strength lay in their bodies, and their blood contained at least 30% of their strength. Refine. Absorb. Chunzong constantly repeated this process. He was very familiar with the process. The chaos heavenly force was constantly accumulating, waiting to erupt. At the same time, the lightning power contained in the blood was constantly pouring into Chunzong's body, constantly accumulating. Everything was changing. In an instant, when the chaos heavenly force was accumulated to the extreme, it suddenly erupted. Like a flood breaking through a dam, it broke through the shackles in an instant. An extremely tyrannical aura burst out from his body, passing through the saber-tooth lightning lion's body and soaring into the sky. It was tyrannical, and there were traces of blazing aura that spread out, as if there were terrifying flames burning in the void. His body-tempering cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th level Chaos Heaven Realm. Not only that, Chunzong's non-li quenching jade technique also ushered in a breakthrough from minor accomplishment to great accomplishment. Body-tempering cultivation techniques were divided into entry, minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. Each level was difficult to advance, and the further one went, the more difficult it was. After Chunzong reached minor accomplishment, he had been stagnant for a long time. Other than the fact that he did not spend a lot of time and energy cultivating, it was also because he lacked the environment and resources. Now, in the unique environment of the Savage Baron's secret area, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. The non-li quenching jade technique that had reached great accomplishment could not increase Chunzong's cultivation, but it would make Chunzong's chaos heavenly force purer and more tyrannical, indirectly increasing his body-tempering strength. The power of the saber-tooth lightning lion's blood had not been completely consumed, and there was still some left. If he continued to refine and absorb it, although it was not enough to increase his cultivation, it could further strengthen his foundation. Moreover, the power of lightning could be absorbed continuously. Chunzong felt that he was not far from perfecting the 9th step of the Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens. He was very, very close and very close. When the last wisp of lightning power was absorbed into his body, Chunzong's body was suddenly drowned in endless lightning. The lightning was extremely bright, and even his hair was completely covered, as if it had replaced his hair. Lightning. From head to toe, there was lightning everywhere, releasing a shocking aura fluctuation. Immediately after, Chunzong did not move, but he had already transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew out from the saber-tooth lightning lion's body. His speed was several times faster than the 8th step of the Thunder Steps of the 9 Heavens. The 9th step. The 9th step of the Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens was finally completed. This way, Chunzong's speed could be much faster. Moreover, his body-tempering cultivation had broken through to early stage 7th Heaven, and Chunzong's physique had become even more tyrannical. He could withstand the burden of the 9th step of the Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens. The Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens was a self-created footwork secret technique that placed great emphasis on the strength of one's physique. If one's physique was not strong enough, they would only be destroyed under the burden. However, if one's physique was strong enough, they could use it at will. According to the original intention, the 9th step of the Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens was not the final step. There were even higher steps above it, and it could be considered the 10th step. It could also be considered a metamorphosis. Chunzong thought to himself. The current Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens was equivalent to a 9th grade secret technique, but Chunzong had the ambition to improve it further and become a 10th grade secret technique, which was a secondary superpower. Of course, the idea was good, but it was very difficult to realize. A secondary superpower was very advanced, and it was not that easy. Even many half-step great saints did not dare to say that they had created a secondary superpower. Chapter 1598. The violent lightning and blazing silver light carried along a terrifying force that could obliterate the heavens and the earth as it struck down, and it seemed to want to shatter and destroy everything beneath it. Chunzong didn't dodge, and his figure stood ramrod straight as he welcomed the bolt of lightning, because the aura of this bolt of lightning was closely related to him. It struck down. The extremely violent silver lightning instantly poured into Chunzong from the top of his head, causing Chunzong's figure to tremble. Countless silver arcs of lightning suffused his entire body and wandered about wantonly, and even the ends of his hair flickered with shocking silver bolts of lightning. His eyes were even filled with boundless silver arcs of lightning that shot out explosively to shatter everything, and the air was suffused with traces of burning. The silver lightning completely poured into Chunzong from the top of his head, and the silver arcs of lightning were restrained along with it. The silver arcs of lightning within Chunzong's eyes dispersed along with this, and his eyes seemed to have become even deeper. He never imagined that after he perfected the 9th step of the Thunderstamp Dao Insight, the Lightning Dao Insight would transform and advance into the high-grade Heavenly Lightning Dao Insight. At the same time, the might of the Heavenly Lightning Dao Insight surpassed the Lightning Dao Insight greatly. If Chunzong executed the Thunderstamp Dao Insight again, his speed would be even swifter, and the might of the 9 Heavens Lightning Sword technique would be even stronger. If I absorb and grasp the energy of wind and fire, perhaps it would allow my Earthly Fire Dao Insight and Hurricane Dao Insight to transform into high-grade Dao Insights. Chunzong thought to himself, and his eyes flickered with an extremely sharp light. Since the Lightning Dao Insight could transform into the Heavenly Lightning Dao Insight, then the Earthly Fire Dao Insight and Hurricane Dao Insight could transform into high-grade Dao Insights. The successful transformation of the Lightning Dao Insight caused Chunzong's thoughts to become lively, and the Earthly Fire Dao Insight and Hurricane Dao Insight had hope of transforming. Of course, the Heartsword Dao Insight was a top-grade Dao Insight, and, theoretically, it was already the peak of Dao Insights and was difficult to advance. But Chunzong faintly knew that there was a legendary level above top-grade Dao Insights, and it was Supreme. Supreme, it meant the limit, the end point, no one could surpass it. But this realm was like a legend. Even the supreme expert of the Great Saint realm, who spent a great deal of effort and time to create the 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique, didn't dare to be sure whether the Dao Insight of a supreme realm existed. Everything was just a guess and inference, because even he himself had not reached that level. The 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique allowed his sword intent to reach the peak level. However, he was not sure if it could reach the supreme level. Chunzong was the first person to receive the inheritance of the Great Saint Realm sword principle after it was created. No one else had cultivated it before him. As for high-grade Dao Insights, there was hope for them to transform into top-grade Dao Insights within the Savage Baron Secret Realm. However, it was extremely difficult. Body refinement, early stage, 7th level, chaotic heaven realm. The 9th step of Thunderstep's 9 heavens. High-grade Heavenly Thunder Dao Insight. It had only been a few days since Chunzong had entered the Savage Baron Secret Realm, but he had already improved a lot in all aspects. This Savage Baron Secret Realm was indeed worthy of being called a treasure ground. He really didn't know how much he would gain in a month's time. Without hesitation, Chunzong used his movement technique again. The 8th step of the Thunder Steps of the 9 Heavens was much faster than before. The reason why he didn't use the 9th step was because it would consume a lot of energy. The landscape of the Savage Baron Secret Realm originated from the Immortal era. To be precise, the so-called Savage Baron Secret Realm was actually a broken corner of the Immortal era. After countless years, it had continuously absorbed the power of the void of the universe and finally evolved. The core of the Savage Baron Secret Realm was the Immemorial Era's fragment. The fragment wasn't just one piece. It was formed by many pieces. They weren't necessarily directly connected, and no one knew where they were located. Shenzong was looking for it. The original Immemorial Era's fragment contained the mysteries of heaven and earth more clearly than the other places in the savage barren secret realm. Comprehending it would be twice the result with half the effort. Shenzong was looking for it. Killing immemorial desolate beasts to refine his body was just a side benefit. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Shenzong's eyes slightly narrowed as he glanced at a figure not far away. The figure's eyes were closed, and he was sitting cross-legged. He was as steady as Mount Tai, and his body was surrounded by traces of light. It was like flowing water that contained a shocking Tao rhythm. Even from a distance, Shenzong could feel the aura. It was very pure and clear. It was the aura that belonged to the mysteries of heaven and earth. The Immemorial Era's fragment. Shenzong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. His eyes shot out an extremely intense light. This Immemorial Era's fragment was the sacred ground that he was looking for to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, he was too slow. Someone else had found it first. Shenzong didn't make a move because the God-profound military lord had said that the Immemorial Era's fragment was very special. If someone entered to comprehend it, they would be protected. The concept of protection was actually bestowed by cultivators. The basic principle was that once someone entered, it would awaken the power within and surround the area, preventing others from entering. It was equivalent to protecting the person who had already entered and would not be disturbed in any way. In addition, the power inside the Immemorial Era's fragment wasn't endless. Once someone entered to comprehend it, it would constantly be consumed. After a period of time, it would be used up and would no longer be able to comprehend it. It could only be accumulated over a long period of time until it was found the next time the secret realm opened. According to the God-profound military lord, an ordinary Immemorial Era's fragment could allow someone to comprehend it for 1 to 3 days. However, if it was an Immemorial Era's fragment that hadn't been found even after the secret realm opened several times in a row, the power inside would be even denser. Shenzong paused for a moment and carefully sensed the power fluctuations of the Immemorial Era's fragment. It was surrounded by flowing lights and seemed to have an amazing power. Retracting his gaze, Shenzong used his movement technique again and quickly left. Someone had already found an Immemorial Era's fragment and started to comprehend it. He had to make good use of his time. He didn't want to wait until the wild secret realm closed without finding an Immemorial Era's fragment to comprehend. Of course, finding an Immemorial Era's fragment depended on luck and opportunity. It wasn't something that could be found easily. Therefore, while Shenzong was searching, he didn't give up on killing Immemorial Era's desolate beasts and using their essence blood to refine his body. Even if his luck was bad and he couldn't find an Immemorial Era's fragment, he could at least use the essence blood of Immemorial Era's desolate beasts to greatly increase his body refinement level. Even though he usually only used the strength of the Qi refining realm in his battles, if his refined body became stronger, he would have a higher chance of survival. Furthermore, the spiritual martial power that was cultivated from the little supernatural power of the supreme spiritual martial technique was also closely related to the strength of the Qi refining realm and the refined body. The stronger it was, the stronger it would be. Shenzong released his divine sense. Over the years, he had been constantly cultivating the spirit control technique, and his cultivation level had been constantly improving. His divine sense had already broken through the limit of the saint realm and could cover an astonishing range of more than 10,000 meters. However, in this place, it was compressed 10 times and could only cover an area of more than 1,000 meters. In fact, even if it covered an area of more than 10,000 meters, it wouldn't be able to cover as far as the eyes under normal circumstances. The use of divine sense should be in some special places. For example, places where one's line of sight was blocked, or rocks, plants, fog, illusions, and so on. The eyes could see things directly, but it was also the easiest to be deceived, unless one cultivated a special eye technique. On the other hand, divine sense was even harder to be deceived and could observe everything in all directions. It was more detailed and subtle. For example, the eyes could see in front, and the corners of the eyes could see to the left and right, but not behind. However, divine sense could. Divine sense and eyes each had their own advantages and complemented each other, which was the best. Shenzong's spirit control technique was constantly in operation and had long become a habit. While it was in operation, it would also constantly replenish the consumption of his divine sense, keeping it in a state of balance between consumption and recovery. His eyes swept across, looking for any abnormalities, and his divine sense spread out, perceiving and distinguishing more carefully. Everything in the Savage Baron's secret realm was very big. The rocks were huge, the trees were huge, and even the grass was a few meters long. It was also very tough, and in the hands of a Foundation Realm cultivator, it could be used as a sharp blade. Even a transcendent cultivator could use it, and it was not inferior to a spirit artifact. Suddenly, Chunzong's divine sense felt an unusual fluctuation when he passed by grassland. He quickly stopped and sensed it more carefully. Fluctuation. Aura. Immediately, Chunzong's face showed a touch of joy. An ancient fragment. After 3 days, he had finally found an ancient fragment. Moreover, no one else had discovered it, so no one would compete with him for it. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong swiftly charged down and directly entered the primeval fragment. Suddenly, the ancient fragment was like a giant beast that had been awakened from its slumber. Rays of light of various colors instantly filled the air and spread out at an astonishing speed, covering a radius of more than 10 meters. The flowing light was overflowing with colors and was extremely dazzling. Chunzong was in the middle of it. When the flowing light appeared, Chunzong immediately heard a buzzing sound in his ears. The buzzing sound was very dense, like a swarm of bees flying, but it was not harsh. On the contrary, it was pleasing to the ear, like a beautiful musical note. At the same time, the sky and earth became clearer, as if layers of skin were being peeled off, allowing Chunzong to more clearly feel the mysteries contained within. His eyes were fixed, flowing with light. The fiery red light emitted a shockingly hot fluctuation. It was the Tao inside of fire. It did not belong to any Tao inside of fire, but it was the entire Tao inside of fire. It was like the basic Tao inside of fire, but it was more advanced. No matter what kind of Tao inside of fire, the cultivator could comprehend it and improve his own Tao inside of fire. The blue light was the Tao inside of water, like the general principle. There's also the metal Tao insight, earth Tao insight with Tao insight, wind Tao insight, lightning Tao insight, light Tao insight, darkness Tao insight, and so on and so forth, causing Chunzong to be able to comprehend them even more clearly. According to the military master of Shun Xian, the mysteries of heaven and earth contained in different ancient fragments were not necessarily the same. In the ancient fragment that Chunzong had found, there were more than a dozen Tao insights, but the clearest one was the Tao inside of fire, followed by the Tao inside of metal and wind. The others were even weaker. If he wanted to comprehend them, he would naturally choose the densest Tao insight to comprehend. Only then would he be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 1599. The primordial fragment contained boundless mysteries. The fire-type Taoist rhyme was extremely dense. The crimson stream of light kept flowing, and its radiance completely overshadowed the other Taoist rhymes. It was like the bright moon in the sky, and the stars were dim. Chunzong gave up on everything else and concentrated on the crimson-red flowing light as he comprehended the fire Tao insight with all his might. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend and grasp even more Tao insights if he was distracted, but what was the use of that? The towering Heaven Sword King had only comprehended a single Tao insight in his entire life, the towering Heaven Sword intent. He had raised his Tao insight to the peak and became one of the top experts among his peers. With a sword in his hand, there were very few who could contend against him. This was concentration. When he concentrated on a single Tao insight, he would be able to ceaselessly unearth the potential and might of that Tao insight, and he would be able to bring forth it vividly. If one comprehended more Tao insights, they would be able to divert their attention to comprehend more Tao insights. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to comprehend. As for Tao insights, their might would only be stronger if they were advanced to the high grade or top grade, where they would fuse together. However, regardless of whether it was upgrading or fusing, the difficulty was extremely high. He'd grasped 4 Tao insights now, so there was no need for him to grasp any other Tao insights. After all, he'd merely fused the earthly fire Tao insight and hurricane Tao insight, and the heavenly lightning Tao insight hadn't been fused into it. Even though its might wasn't weak, it was obviously inferior when compared to the heart sword Tao insight. Unless he improved the earthly fire Tao insight and hurricane Tao insight to the advanced grade, then the might of their fusion would surely surpass the top grade heart sword Tao insight. Now, Chunzong had decided to rely on the strength of the primeval fragment to transform the earth fire Tao insight into a high grade Tao insight. Comprehension. Comprehending wholeheartedly without worrying about the outside world, because the power of the immemorial fragment would protect him from being disturbed. Even if a half-step great saint expert were to attack him, he would not be affected. Moreover, the strength of a half-step great saint expert was too tyrannical, and it would be difficult for him to enter the savage baron's secret realm unless he sealed his cultivation. That scarlet red flowing light would occasionally condense into a thread as it flew past. Its shocking might seemed to be able to cut through the void, and nothing could stop it. At other times, it would become vigorous and majestic, like a surging river that flowed through the ancient times and crossed through endless time and space. Chunzong's mind was completely focused on the crimson flowing light. The other Taoist rhyme auras quickly quieted down and disappeared. He could no longer sense them. Fire, fire, fire. It was as if crimson flames could be seen everywhere in his eyes. The fiery light filled the air, illuminating all directions and dyeing the world. Flames, flames. This was the sky of fire, the earth of fire. When he opened his eyes, he could see a dazzling red light shining in all directions. This was a world of fire. The sky was fiery red, as if endless flames had condensed into clouds, burning fiercely. The red light covered the sky and covered the earth, dyeing this part of the world, as if it was draped in a layer of red clothes. The mountain was red, as if it had been burned red by a raging fire. It wantonly emitted an astonishing amount of heat, and its surface seemed to be covered by a layer of faint flames, burning wantonly. The trees also seemed to be condensed from flames. The leaves were dense and looked like burning flames. The stones, sand, and dust were all flames. Even the flowing river was filled with flames. A world of fire. A world of fire. Chunzong felt as if he was in the middle of it, feeling the omnipresent aura of fire. Blazing. Berserk. Burn. At first glance, this seemed to be a very ordinary world of fire. But when Chunzong sensed it carefully, he found that the mysteries contained in the different places were completely different. The sky was endless, with an indescribable majesty, as if it was judging the world with flames. It was the heavenly fire. The mountain was vigorous, heavy, blazing, and berserk. The grass and trees were burning and swaying, burning endlessly. The long river was surging endlessly, endless. The earth was steady and motionless, unchanging since time immemorial. But no matter what, it could not be separated from the aura of fire and the mysteries of fire. Fire, fire, fire. Here, everything was fire. Chunzong was completely immersed in it, appreciating the different mysteries. Even if the flames were different, they had something in common. Burning, blazing, and berserk, these were the characteristics of all flames, but some were more focused or contained more other characteristics, making them unique. After carefully sensing it, Chunzong chose one of them as his main direction of comprehension. In the sky, the flames that seemed to have condensed into a layer of clouds seemed to be motionless, yet they contained the most terrifying might. Not only did it possess a shocking high temperature capable of burning and melting everything. It even contained a hidden berserk and blazing aura capable of destroying everything. Moreover, it possessed its own uniqueness, as if it was high above the heavens and carried an indescribable majesty of its own. Heavenly Fire. Qinzong's current Fire Dao insight was the intermediate grade Earth Fire Dao insight, whereas the Lightning Dao insight from before had transformed into the Heavenly Lightning Dao insight, and its might was shocking, and Qinzong was clearly aware of it. Heavenly Fire Dao insight. He was determined to obtain it. He comprehended it with all his might. Heavenly Fire seemed to contain the majesty of the Heaven Dao, and in this aspect, it was similar to the Heavenly Lightning Dao insight. The reason Qinzong chose to comprehend the Heavenly Fire Dao insight was also because of another reason. It was a different approach to achieve the same result. Perhaps he could use this as a point of convergence to allow the two Dao insights to fuse together even better and increase their might greatly. If he grasped the Heavenly Lightning Dao insight, Heavenly Fire Dao insight, and Heavenly Wind Dao insight one day and successfully fused these three Dao insights together, then to what extent would its might attain? It was simply unimaginable, and its might would absolutely surpass the Heart Sword Dao insight by a great deal. Of course, fusing two Dao insights was already extremely difficult, and the difficulty of fusing three Dao insights was even more unimaginable. Many formidable half-step Great Saint Realm experts were only able to fuse two Dao insights, and only those experienced and extremely top half-step Great Saint Realm experts had a chance of fusing three Dao insights. As for fusing four Dao insights, it seemed to be only a legend. No matter what, no matter how difficult and dangerous the path ahead was, it was unable to obstruct Qinzong's footsteps. He pressed forward courageously and was invincible with his sword. Qinzong had already comprehended the Earth Fire Dao insight to the 9th cycle since long ago, and it was the limit, and above it was the limit. But the Earth Fire Dao insight was merely an intermediate grade Dao insight, and there were still advanced grade and peak grade Dao insights above it. Increasing the might of a Dao insight wasn't just increasing its level, but its quality as well. However, its quality was even more difficult to increase than its level. The Heavenly Fire was vast and dignified, and it seemed to carry traces of the will of the Heaven Dao that overlooked the mortal world, judged all the sins in the world, and purified all the filth in the world. Time passed by, and Qinzong's entire body was surrounded by a crimson red light. The light flowed faster and faster, and it surrounded Qinzong's entire body. Gradually, it seemed to weave and wrap Qinzong's entire body up. His body seemed to be burned by raging flames, and it was about to turn into ashes, yet it wouldn't. It was like a body forged by raging flames. In this way, Qinzong ceaselessly comprehended the Heavenly Fire Dao insight, causing his Earth Fire Dao insight to improve bit by bit and undergo changes bit by bit. Heavenly Fire. To a certain extent, it could be considered the incarnation of the Heaven Dao Fire, or it could be said that it contained a trace of the Heaven Dao Fire's might. Although it was far inferior to the Heaven Dao Fire, it was similar to a certain extent. In this world of fire, the Heavenly Fire was the highest level and the most difficult to comprehend, yet Qinzong just happened to choose the Heavenly Fire that was the most difficult to comprehend. In this world of fire, there were many advanced Fire Dao insights, but the Heavenly Fire Dao insight was the most difficult to comprehend. Dao insights of the same level also had some differences in their levels. The Heavenly Fire Dao insight belonged to the highest level among the advanced Fire Dao insights. The Heavenly Thunder Dao insight also belonged to the highest level among the advanced Thunder Dao insights. Ling Tian, don't think that I'm afraid of you. The middle-aged man who was surrounded by a green gale glared at Ling Tian furiously. His eyes seemed to contain traces of green gale that were filled with anger. The aura of the late 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage was extremely shocking. It was as though it could sweep through heaven and earth and destroy everything in its path. This person had the highest cultivation base among the 400 people who had entered the Wild Secret Zone. There were only 2 people with the highest cultivation base among those who had entered the secret zone this time. The High Heaven Sword King's expression was cold and solemn, and his eyes were as cold as the tip of a sword. An extremely sharp light shot out from the depths of his eyes, piercing through the sky and pressing towards the middle-aged man. The shocking sharp aura seemed to be able to cut the void and the middle-aged man's body apart. Scram! The High Heaven Sword King only spat out one word softly. That word carried an extremely terrifying power and sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through everything in the world. That single word was filled with a shocking, formless sword chi, as if it was above everything, looking down on all living things. Immediately, the other party's expression changed greatly. Ling Tian, I was the one who found this primordial fragment first. The middle-aged man, who was surrounded by green gale, said angrily. The High Heaven Sword King did not speak again. His eyes instantly became sharper as he unsheathed his sword. The sword light was extremely sharp and dazzling. It tore through the sky and turned into a terrifying sword light that seemed to be able to split the sky. It mercilessly shot towards the middle-aged man. How dare you? The middle-aged man, who was surrounded by green gale, was terrified. Although his cultivation base was higher than the High Heaven Sword King's, and he was also a supreme genius, there was still a gap between him and the High Heaven Sword King. Of course, he didn't think that the gap between them was too big. That was why he dared to challenge the High Heaven Sword King for the primordial fragment. He didn't expect the High Heaven Sword King to be so decisive, directly slashing out with his sword. Moreover, the sword light was extremely terrifying. Even before the sword light arrived, it felt as though it was about to split him apart. Erupt! The green gale circled around and became incomparably violent. It instantly condensed and blasted forward. A destructive power surged out as if it wanted to shatter the sword light. Unexpectedly, the sword light was extremely sharp and incomparably condensed. It cut through the violent green gale like it was splitting bamboo and mercilessly attacked the other party. Unable to resist, the middle-aged man could only retreat. In an instant, the middle-aged man transformed into a gale that swept towards a distance. He already knew that the High Heaven Sword King's strength wasn't just a little stronger than his, but a lot stronger. If he continued to fight, he would only be injured and wouldn't be able to obtain the primordial fragment. Since that was the case, he might as well retreat and look for other primordial fragments. Chapter 1600. The flames were majestic, as if a trace of the will of the heavenly Tao filled the air. It soared into the sky as if it could shatter the heavens and shake the ages. Chunzong was bathed in the raging flames that burned everything. Tao intent, heavenly fire. The cultivation of the primordial fragment allowed Chunzong's earthly fire Tao intent to successfully transform into the heavenly fire Tao intent. Other than the primordial fragment's amazing profundity and power, it was also closely related to Chunzong's superb comprehension ability. If it were other geniuses, they might not be able to do it. After all, their comprehension ability was more or less inferior to Chunzong's. The heavenly fire Tao intense transformation was completed and consolidated. The power of the primordial fragment was completely exhausted. Chunzong's figure flashed and soared into the sky. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew forward at an astonishing speed. Savage secret area, Savage Mountain. The mountain was thousands of feet tall and winding, but it was completely barren. It was as if not even a blade of grass grew. In an instant, multicolored light shone down from the sky. It was as if enormous wings were covering the sky. The multicolored light was extremely dazzling as it circulated through the sky. The colorful rays of light spread from all directions like giant wings. They gathered at the tip and turned into the most dazzling golden light. The golden light spread and dazzled people. The dazzling golden light fell on the peak of the mountain. A small tree that seemed to be made of gold broke out of the ground and kept absorbing the golden light. It grew taller inch by inch until it was 9 meters tall and had 9 bare branches that were similarly dazzling with golden light. A large amount of golden light poured into it like a whale sucking in water. The golden light gathered at the tip of the 9 branches and shone brightly. It was as if 9 small suns were gradually gathering at the tip of the 9 branches. Not only did it release an extremely dazzling light, but it also emitted an extremely shocking aura. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, countless loud roars sounded from all around the mountain. Every roar was extremely shocking, as if it could shatter the mountain and break the heavens and earth. They were filled with boundless ferocious power. Dong, dong. An extremely shocking rumble sounded out as the ground seemed to have turned into a huge drum that was constantly being hammered. A huge figure that was over 100 meters tall could be seen walking over step by step from the distance. From the looks of it, the speed of the enormous brown figure was not fast. However, due to its enormous size, every step it took was extremely far. Every step it took was accompanied by the release of a heavy and violent force, causing the ground to shake incessantly, leaving behind numerous enormous footprints. The surroundings of the footprints were filled with lightning-like cracks. This was a huge brown bear with a body as big as a mountain. Its incomparably thick body was the epitome of strength and ferocity. Immemorial desolate beast. Mountain-shaking bear. The mountain-shaking bear's enormous eyes glowed with red light as he stared at the peak of the mountain. He stared at the 9 strands of golden light that were gradually condensing. He became extremely excited as he roared repeatedly. It was as if the 9 golden lights that were condensing at the top of the mountain had a great attraction to it. Boom, boom, boom. Another shocking sound was heard as the ground shook incessantly. This caused the mountain-shaking bear to glare angrily as its huge eyes constricted slightly. On the other side, a huge golden ape that was over 100 meters tall was charging over. The huge ape's body looked extremely strong, but it was different from the mountain-shaking bear's strength. The mountain-shaking bear's strength was as strong as a mountain. It was a strength that appeared bloated, but the golden ape's strength was a type of strength that was condensed from muscles, as if it was cast from steel. Every protruding muscle on the golden ape's body was like a sculpture. It was not burdened at all and was presented in its most perfect state. It contained an extremely terrifying power, as if it would explode upon activation, destroying everything. The golden ape's eyes were filled with a fragmented golden color. It was cold and emotionless, but deep in its eyes, there was a trace of violent ferocity, especially its arms. They were thick and long, as if they contained power that could shatter the heavens and earth. In essence, immemorial desolate beasts were not to be trifled with. They were warlike and bloodthirsty, making them extremely terrifying. Immemorial desolate beast, sky-breaking golden ape. Be it the mountain-shaking bear or the sky-breaking golden ape, they were both top immemorial desolate beasts in the savage desolate secret realm. At this moment, they were both attracted by the golden light that was condensing at the top of the mountain. It was extremely beneficial to them. Once they consumed it, they would be able to improve further or even break through their limits, allowing their bloodline to revert to their ancestors. The savage, desolate secret realm originated from the immemorial world. But in essence, it was just an amalgamation of fragments of the immemorial world. Compared to the real immemorial world, there was still a huge difference. With such a difference, the desolate beasts that were born in the savage, desolate secret realm were also affected. Their bloodlines were not as pure and could not be compared to the desolate beasts of the real immemorial world. However, if they could consume one of the golden lights, there was a high chance that their bloodline would revert to their ancestors, allowing them to become the true top existence in the savage, desolate secret realm. That was a level that only very few could reach. High up in the sky, a huge figure was rapidly approaching. The figure was green in color, and its wingspan was more than 100 meters. Every feather seemed to be made of green divine gold. emitting an unparalleled green glow. This was a huge green eagle. As its wings trembled, it seemed to bring about thousands of astral wind turbulence. It could easily crush mountains. Its speed was shocking as it streaked across the void like a huge knife. The moment the figure appeared, an extremely sharp cry resounded across the world. Immemorial desolate beast, green sky eagle. More and more immemorial desolate beasts rushed over from all directions. Every desolate beast was huge in size, and the aura that emanated from their bodies was extremely shocking. It was shocking. Their goal was the 9 golden lights at the top of the mountain. That was a treasure that could allow them to become even stronger. The world of desolate beasts was simpler and more direct than the world of cultivators. Strength was everything. Whoever was strong would be respected. There were no thoughts or schemes. 10 beasts, 20 beasts, 30 beasts. More and more immemorial desolate beasts gathered. Soon, there were more than 100 immemorial desolate beasts gathered. Every immemorial desolate beast emanated an extremely terrifying aura that suppressed all directions. These were the top immemorial desolate beasts. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. An ordinary peak 9th level Saint Realm expert would not be able to resist and would be easily killed. Hundreds of immemorial desolate beasts gathered together. Terrifying auras emanated from every desolate beast's huge body and swept out. They constantly collided with each other and turned into terrifying cyclones that swept out. It was as if they could destroy everything in all directions. Within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, everything was shrouded by the extremely terrifying aura. The weaker immemorial desolate beasts did not dare to get close. They could also feel the strong attraction of the golden lights at the top of the mountain. It was an attraction that originated from the depths of their bloodline. However, there were more than 100 desolate beasts that had gathered around Barbaric Mountain. Every single one of them was extremely powerful and terrifying. Once they got close, they would only be attacked by them and would be torn apart in an instant. In desperation, the weaker, desolate beasts could only wander around outside. Roar! An extremely terrifying roar resounded through the sky. Immediately, it caused all the desolate beasts to tremble slightly, especially those weaker desolate beasts. It was as if they had met their natural enemy. Their bodies trembled, and they prostrated themselves on the ground as they trembled, as if they were waiting for death to descend upon them. A huge figure appeared in the sky and covered the sky. A huge shadow shrouded all directions. The figure was shockingly huge, with a wingspan of more than 200 meters. The extremely terrifying aura was vast and boundless, as if it came from the abyss. It made people feel like they would fall into eternal darkness. Dragon. It was a huge double-winged black dragon. The huge double-winged black dragon's body was covered in a layer of black light. The light flowed like water ripples, but it also looked like a burning black flame. The dragon's head was triangular and looked extremely ferocious. Its eyes were gold and silver. They were broken and slowly rotated, releasing endless majesty. A long tail that looked like it was made of black bones swung in the air, tearing the void apart and leaving terrifying scars. Immemorial desolate beast, great firmament black demonic dragon. With the appearance of the great firmament black demonic dragon, a terrifying aura swept through the heavens and earth, as if it was suppressing the aura of the other desolate beasts. This was the strongest immemorial desolate beast in the savage barren secret realm. It was even more terrifying than the 100-strong, immemorial desolate beasts from before. Roar! A vigorous and overbearing voice sounded from another direction. Immediately after, a figure that was over 200 meters tall leaped over. The moment his 4 limbs landed on the ground, the entire ground trembled violently. With such an astonishing momentum, the force of his landing was definitely extremely tyrannical. However, the ground was completely undamaged, displaying an unparalleled control of power. It was a huge tiger. The huge tiger was extremely strong, and its body was snow white. It was so white that it was flawless. It seemed to emit a white light that shone in all directions, as if it could purify everything in its surroundings. The huge tiger's eyes were also emitting a layer of white light. Immemorial, desolate beast, radiant white, divine tiger. This was a powerful existence that was similar to the great firmament black demonic dragon as one of the strongest desolate beasts. The great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white divine tiger were the strongest immemorial desolate beasts in the savage barren secret realm. Other than that, there was nothing else. The other desolate beasts could not be compared to them. The great firmament black demonic dragon controlled the power of darkness, while the radiant white divine tiger controlled the power of light. Darkness and light had always been at odds with each other. This caused the great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white divine tiger to be at odds with each other. The two of them each occupied half of the savage barren secret realm. If it was not for the strange phenomenon in Savage Mountain, they would not have appeared here. But now there was a strange phenomenon in Savage Mountain. There was a golden light that was condensing into a mutant fruit. Whoever obtained it would be able to transcend faster and be above the rest, truly ruling the savage barren secret realm. The great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white divine tiger were determined to obtain the mutant fruit that was about to condense. As for the other desolate beasts, they were like their subordinates to a certain extent. With the appearance of the great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white divine tiger, they had automatically separated into different camps. With Savage Mountain as the center, they were at odds with each other. A terrifying aura was constantly released from the desolate beasts. Under the impact, it turned into countless cyclones and hurricanes that wreaked havoc, destroying everything. Chapter 1601. Senior Brother Six Paths' public account is now being taken over by Senior Sister Six Paths. Because Six Paths has no time to spare, he has to pair it up with both men and women. Today, Senior Sister Six Paths is figuring out how to do it. She will share it with all of you soon. What terrifying wild beasts! Tens of thousands of meters away, Chunzong stared at the great azure black demonic dragon and radiant white saint tiger in shock. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, he could still feel their auras. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Chunzong remembered the information that the great azure black demonic dragon and radiant white saint tiger had said. They were extremely powerful and were above the saint realm. They were comparable to half-step great saint experts. Half-step great saint experts from the outside world could not enter here. Therefore, the great azure black demonic dragon and radiant white saint tiger were invincible. Ignoring the two hegemons, the great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white divine tiger, just the 100 primordial desolate beasts, such as the mountain-shaking giant bear, the sky-breaking golden ape, and others, made him feel immense pressure. They were extremely terrifying. They were not desolate beasts like the purple lightning python or the saber-toothed lightning lion that he had killed previously. What is that? Chunzong's pupils constricted to the size of needles. His vision became extremely clear as he stared at the top of the savage mountain through the sky. He stared at the 9 beams of golden light that were absorbing the power of the sky and gradually solidifying. If he was not wrong, so many powerful wild beasts and even the 2 overlords had gathered here for the 9 rays of golden light. It seemed to be very attractive to them. If it was attractive to wild beasts, then what about cultivators? Chunzong could not help but wonder. This was the barbaric secret territory. The environment was unique. Not only could he comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth more clearly, but it was also very beneficial for body refining Tao. Then, what was forming in the golden light? Was it some kind of supreme treasure? For a moment, Chunzong was excited. Even if there were 100 tyrannical wild beasts, Chunzong was not afraid. He was only wary of the 2 overlords, the great azure black demonic dragon and the Mingguang white saint tiger. After all, they had the strength of a half-step great sage. What is that thing? The High Heaven Sword King's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared at the golden light on the top of the mountain. However, seeing so many powerful wild beasts appear, he was certain that the golden object was definitely a treasure. Perhaps it would be useful to him as well. Inside the Savage Baron's secret territory, there were many opportunities. It was also a sacred place for body refinement. Even if a cultivator who did not have a body refinement skill was here, he could still strengthen his physique. There were only benefits to having a strong physique. For example, one's defense would be stronger, their vitality would be stronger, their survivability would be stronger, and so on. Chunzong and the Heaven Almighty Sword King were not the only ones who were attracted. Many other experts were also attracted to the 9 golden lights that were constantly condensing. After all, the commotion here was extremely great, and it could be heard and sensed from hundreds of kilometers away. Moreover, the objective of everyone entering here was to seek opportunities that could allow them to advance further. Naturally, they wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The multicolored light filled the sky and turned into golden light that poured into the 9-meter-tall golden tree. It was then absorbed by the 9 golden lights and condensed. Gradually, the outline of a fruit could be vaguely seen in the 9 golden lights. Tens of thousands of meters away, Chunzong's eyes were extremely focused. His pupils contracted to the size of needles, and they were extremely sharp. His vision was also raised to the extreme. That is, Chunzong's eyes immediately widened when he saw the appearance of the fruit within the golden light. In an instant, ripples spread out like water. Soon after, they gathered together again and focused even more clearly. The fruit in the golden light was about the size of a fist. It was in the shape of a golden doll. The doll exuded an aura that would never change or decay. Holy golden body fruit, Chunzong murmured as if he was in a dream. Holy golden body fruit. This was a treasure for body refinement. Now, it was already extinct in Tianyuan sacred region. It was a treasure for body refinement that only existed in the Archean era. Who would have thought that it would exist in the Savage Baron secret territory? The so-called treasure for body refinement was not just a rumor. Even those who had not refined their bodies could take it. Once they took it, their bodies would be continuously strengthened until the medicinal effect was exhausted. If a body refinement cultivator took it and refined it, they would be able to improve their body refinement cultivation and become even more powerful. In addition to being able to directly improve one's body refining cultivation and strengthen one's physique, different body refining treasures could also allow the user to obtain different abilities. For example, the Holy Golden Body Fruit could allow the user's body to transform into a golden body. A golden body meant that one's body would be tougher and harder to break. A golden body's defensive power would be higher than a body of the same level. The Holy Golden Body Fruit's advantage was that its medicinal effect was mild. It could be taken even without a foundation in body refinement. However, its disadvantage was that after taking it, if one did not have a foundation in body refinement, it would take a long time for the medicinal effect to be completely absorbed. This would allow one's body to improve to a whole new level. For a cultivator who specialized in qi cultivation, if he could obtain a holy golden body fruit and consume it, it could make up for the lack of strength of his body to a great extent. Chunzong's heart was burning with excitement. If he could obtain a holy golden body fruit, even if he could not obtain a golden body, just the energy that it contained would be enough for his body refinement cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Get it? I must get one. With such a treasure, it was no wonder that so many powerful wild beasts would gather here. Even the 2 overlords of the Savage Baron's secret territory were alarmed. For a treasure for body refinement like the Holy Golden Body Fruit, any person or wild beast could only consume one. The second one would have no effect at all. Looking at it now, there were 9 holy golden body fruits. Since the Tai Tsang Black Demon Dragon and the Mingguang White Saint Tiger each had one, there were 7 left. He was determined to get 1 to 7 pills. Chunzong's eyes were burning with excitement. This was a rare fortuitous encounter that was sufficient to allow his body refinement cultivation to improve greatly, so he absolutely couldn't miss it and had to fight for it. Even if he was injured, he wouldn't hesitate so long as he wasn't crippled or killed. His chi cultivation was now at the peak of the 7th level saint realm, and his Xian Yuan technique had been cultivated to perfection. He had also made considerable progress in other aspects, and his strength had become more powerful. Moreover, he had mastered the supreme Lingwu technique and cultivated it to minor completion. With the power of Lingwu in his body, if he unleashed it, it would be enough to raise the strength of his chi cultivation to the peak of the 8th level saint realm. Qinzong was not afraid, even in the face of an expert like the Heavenly Sword King, who was at the top of his generation. Among the many powerful wild beasts, except for the 2 overlords, the Tai Tasong Black Demon Dragon and the Mingguang White Saint Tiger, Qinzong was confident that the other wild beasts would not be inferior. However, the gap between the Saint Realm and the half-step Great Saint Realm was too big and too obvious. Wait. He was waiting, and so were the wild beasts and the 2 overlords. They were waiting for the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit to take shape. It was difficult for such a precious treasure of heaven and earth to take shape. Even after it took shape, it would not last long before it turned back into pure origin energy and dissipated. No one knew how many years it would take for it to take shape again. Therefore, there was only one chance. Only one chance. Fight! Qinzong moved. He hid his aura and gradually approached the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit before it was fully formed. Tens of thousands of meters was too far. If the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit took shape, it would be snatched away before he could even get close. He had to get close. Only when he was close enough and attacked the moment the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit took shape would he have a chance to snatch it. 10,000 meters. 9,000 meters. 8,000 meters. Qinzong kept approaching, hiding his aura so that the wild beasts would not sense him. The wild beasts were strong, and their auras were chaotic. They were divided into 2 opposing camps, and they kept attacking each other. This gave Qinzong a chance to get close. Qinzong also went around them from the side, trying his best to avoid the 2 camps of wild beasts so that they would not notice him. When they were close to 5,000 meters away, Qinzong's body suddenly tensed up. He felt 2 extremely terrifying auras descend upon him. The 2 auras were incomparably powerful, making Qinzong feel an intense pressure. It was as though they were trying to kill him. One of the auras contained darkness, as if it could devour everything and make him fall into eternal darkness. The other aura contained light, as if it could cover everything. All darkness had nowhere to hide, and everything would be purified. Darkness and light were supposed to be opposites. However, when they landed on Qinzong, they did not conflict with each other. Instead, they brought indescribable pressure to Qinzong. Cold sweat immediately seeped out of Qinzong's forehead and flowed down slowly. Qinzong's body stiffened. He had been targeted. He had been targeted by the 2 overlords of the desolate beasts, the great azure black demonic dragon and the bright white saint tiger. As expected of the overlords of the wild beasts, they were really terrifying. This kind of pressure made it hard for him to move. The gap was really big. Qinzong was ready to unleash the power of Lingwu. However, the 2 terrifying auras retreated like the tide. It seemed that to them, Qinzong was just an ant that could be easily eliminated. No one cared. Qinzong sighed in relief and felt a little helpless. He was underestimated. However, it was precisely because he was underestimated that he did not suffer a blow. However, Qinzong also felt a kind of warning from the 2 auras, warning him not to get any closer. If he got any closer, he would definitely suffer a violent blow. 5,000 meters. This distance should be enough. Continuing to conceal his aura, Qinzong lurked 5,000 meters away from the barbaric mountain. Although he was warned by the 2 overlords, the Tai Azure Black Demonic Dragon and the Mingguang White Saint Tiger, the other wild beast did not notice his whereabouts. Although the 2 overlords' warning had attracted Qinzong's attention and brought him a lot of pressure, Chinzong would not give up because of that. The holy golden body fruit. This was a treasure for refining one's body. It was very useful for his path of refining one's body. It could definitely improve his cultivation. Just this point alone was enough for him to risk his life to fight for it. The opportunity was right in front of him. If he gave up now, would he have to give up when he encountered a dangerous opportunity in the future? Many opportunities could never be obtained safely. If he did not put in any effort or go through any danger, how could he obtain it? Pies falling from the sky were too rare. Exhale, 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 exhale. Chapter 1602. The multicolored light changed unpredictably, dazzling the eyes of those who saw it. In the end, it turned into a dazzling golden light. The golden light fell like a pair of wings from the sky and was continuously absorbed by the 9-meter-tall golden tree. Then, it was transferred to the 9 branches and poured into the 9 golden lights. The absolute saint golden body fruit was constantly absorbing the origin energy of heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it, waiting for the moment when the absolute saint golden body fruit was formed. The golden light became thinner, and the fruit became more and more solid. The shining golden doll looked lifelike and full of spirituality. It was very attractive. The wild beasts began to become restless. The absolute saint golden body fruit had an innate attraction to them. When the last of the golden light entered the fruit trembled and released golden halos one after another. The great azure, black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger both let out earth-shattering roars, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. They instantly made their moves. A ball of black flame was spat out from the great azure, black demonic dragon's mouth. It turned into a torrent and blasted towards the radiant white saint tiger with unstoppable force. At the same time, the radiant white saint tiger's body flashed with a white light. It opened its mouth slightly, and a white light beam blasted out with a terrifying force that could purify everything. It was a collision of darkness and light. After both sides attacked, they rushed to the top of the mountain at an alarming speed. They wanted to snatch the absolute saint golden body fruit. The strong wild beasts from each camp moved together and immediately released their tyrannical attacks. After that, they all rushed towards the savage mountain. There were 9 absolute saint golden body fruits. The great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger each obtained one. That was expected. The remaining 7 fruits were up for grabs. Once they could snatch them and swallow them immediately, they would undergo changes. When they refined and absorbed the energy of the absolute saint golden body fruit, their strength would become even stronger. Although the absolute saint golden body fruit was a treasure for refining one's body, it could be consumed by anyone. However, if it was consumed by someone with a strong physique, the refining speed would be faster. The physique of an immemorial desolate beast was extremely strong and terrifying. If it consumed the saint golden body fruit, it could refine and absorb it in an extremely short period of time and complete its transformation. At the very least, he could become an overlord and compete with the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. If he could achieve ancestral awakening, he might be able to surpass the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger and become the #1 overlord in the savage barren secret realm. Of course, if the great azure black demonic dragon and the Mingguang white saint tiger consumed the golden saint fruit as well, they would be even more powerful. But no matter what, as long as he could consume a golden holy body fruit, he would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At the moment when the desolate beasts attacked, the cultivators hiding in the surroundings also made their move. The heaven-defying Sword King was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. He turned into a sharp streak of sword light that streaked across the sky. With an astonishing speed and sharpness that could tear through everything, he approached the top of the mountain. Another ninth heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse had a pair of fiery red wings that seemed to have sprouted from his back. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a streak of crimson light that seemed to have traveled through time and space. Ninth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. Eighth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. A group of powerful cultivators made their move. In an instant, they burst out with shocking speed as they charged toward the top of the savage barren mountain with the determination to win. The golden holy body fruit. Everyone was determined to obtain it. However, as soon as the cultivators appeared, they immediately startled the wild beasts and angered them. They all let out extremely terrifying roars, and an extremely tyrannical aura exploded. Storms and hurricanes raged as powerful attacks were launched out crazily. They wanted to drown the cultivators and tear them into pieces so that they would disappear from the world. Although the desolate beasts were powerful, the cultivators who dared to lurk in the dark were not weak either. In order to obtain the golden holy body fruit, a life and death battle began. The 1,000-foot-tall savage barren mountain was like a natural moat. Everyone wanted to reach the top of the mountain to obtain the golden holy body fruit. However, at that moment, no one could do it except for the great azure black demon dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. As for the two overlords, the great azure black demon dragon and the radiant white saint tiger, they approached the top of the mountain and immediately swung their claws. Logically speaking, the golden holy tree that was only 9 meters tall was simply minuscule compared to them. Whether it was the great azure black demon dragon or the radiant white saint tiger, both of them were over 200 meters tall. The power of their claws was terrifying to the extreme, as if they could destroy mountains. However, when the terrifying wind hit the golden tree, it seemed to disappear without a trace, not even causing the slightest ripple. The golden holy tree was one with the savage barren mountain, and the savage barren mountain was one with the savage barren secret land. Unless one had the power to destroy the savage barren secret land, it was impossible to shake the savage barren mountain. If one could not shake the savage barren mountain, it was naturally impossible to shake the golden holy tree. The great azure black demon dragon and the radiant white saint tiger's sharp claws were shockingly huge. The golden holy body fruit was insignificant to them. Even so, the two overlords displayed amazing control over their power. Their sharp claws gently hooked and swiped. It was as if they were taking something out of their pockets. They were as delicate as a monkey picking a peach. In an instant, one golden holy body fruit each flew into the claws of the great azure black demon dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. To their huge claws, the golden holy body fruit was as small as a grain of sand. However, after each of them obtained one golden holy body fruit, the great azure black demon dragon and the radiant white saint tiger did not plan to stop. Instead, they attacked again, intending to take all the remaining golden holy body fruits. Although each person and beast could only consume one golden holy body fruit, neither the great azure black demon dragon nor the radiant white saint tiger wanted other overlord-level wild beasts to compete with them. Therefore, it was best to obtain the remaining golden holy body fruits. Even if they could no longer consume them, they would not allow other wild beasts to obtain them. This method was the simplest, most direct, and most violent. The other wild beasts seemed to have realized this as well, and they were furious. Although the two overlords were extremely powerful and were not something they could compete with, this was a matter of great importance. At this moment, the wild beasts were all riled up. They rushed towards the barbaric mountain and released powerful attacks to kill the great azure black demon dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. The golden holy body fruit was an absolute treasure. It was related to whether one could become stronger or even achieve ancestral awakening. In front of such a temptation, all obstacles had to be removed. The attacks released by hundreds of powerful wild beasts were extremely terrifying. The great azure black demon dragon and the radiant white saint tiger did not dare to underestimate them. They could only resist. In an instant, a chaotic battle broke out. Dozens of powerful cultivators also unleashed their shocking power and speed as they approached rapidly. There were 7 golden holy body fruits left. They wanted one. Shinzong also made his move. He turned into a bolt of lightning as he rapidly approached the barbaric mountain and rushed towards the peak. A terrifying blast of energy blasted towards him from the front. Chunzong's eyelids twitched as his scalp went numb. He turned his body and dodged it by a hair's breadth. That attack was not targeted at him. It was just the aftermath of a chaotic battle. It was so terrifying. If he was hit, he would not be able to withstand it completely with his powerful body. Injuries were inevitable. More shock waves swept toward him. Chunzong dodged them one by one. His eyelids twitched slightly. He made a prompt decision. He could either retreat and give up on this battle or risk his life. Without hesitation, Chunzong chose the latter. Great opportunities were often accompanied by life and death. 9 heavens thunderstomp. The 9th step. The bolt of lightning swept across the sky at an astonishing speed. An ordinary 9th-level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator could not compare with Chunzong. The peak. It was close at hand. However, countless tyrannical forces surged endlessly and wreaked havoc in all directions. Its power was so terrifying that it seemed like the distance between them had become the end of the world. Every step he took seemed to be thousands of miles long. Chunzong's eyes were cold and solemn, while bright lights flickered incessantly. Yet his expression was as cold as the cold iron of the deep sea that had been frozen for 10,000 years. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his heart, and his heart was completely calm and cold without the slightest ripple. The more dangerous it was, the calmer he had to be. Opportunities were sought in danger. Suddenly, a sharp sword light that seemed to be above everything flashed past. The sword light was extremely dazzling and earth-shattering as it illuminated the peak of the barbaric mountain. In an instant, time seemed to have frozen. Only the sword light flashed past with unparalleled sharpness and cut off the root of a golden holy body fruit. The incomparably sharp sword light seemed to have turned into a soft coil as it wrapped around the absolute Saint Golden Body fruit and flew back into the hands of the High Heaven Sword King. The moment the High Heaven Sword King obtained the Golden Holy Body fruit, he did not hesitate to turn into a sword light and fly away at an astonishing speed. Who would have thought that in just an instant, Sword King Ling Tian would be able to obtain a supreme, holy golden body fruit? He was also extremely decisive, giving up on the other golden body fruits. Although the value of these fruits was shocking, if he sold them, he would definitely be able to earn a huge fortune. However, he had already obtained one. If he wanted a second one, the consequences would be terrible. He might even lose the first one and lose his life. One had to admit that the High Heaven Sword King's approach was very accurate. Even so, it still aroused the hostility and anger of the wild beasts. The two overlords, the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger, were furious. A mere ant dared to snatch a treasure under their noses. He was courting death. In an instant, the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger attacked. A black and a white light blasted out in an instant. It was as if the void was bombarded into powder. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering as it attacked the High Heaven Sword King mercilessly. It was a life-and-death crisis. Sword King Ling Tian didn't panic. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Shortly after, the sword light exploded in an instant, dazzling to the extreme. It was as if a sword light had exploded in the air like a blazing sun. An astonishing power spread in all directions. However, although the blazing sun sword light was extremely powerful, it could not withstand the terrifying attack of the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. It was defeated in less than a breath. The High Heaven Sword King took advantage of that moment to explode with an even faster speed and flew far away. However, if the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger wanted to pursue him, he would not be able to escape. However, there were still 6 golden holy body fruits left. The great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger would not give up just because of that. Instead, they turned to pursue the High Heaven Sword King. Chapter 1603. Next up was an important announcement. The Six Paths of Samsara's official account was officially launched today. Ludao 6118, stay tuned. Today, the Six Paths of Samsara personally wrote an article as the opening of his official account. In it, you will see a real Six Paths of Samsara. You will also know how the Six Paths of Samsara went from eating instant noodles to eating fatty meat every day. You will also know how the Six Paths of Samsara went from being a single otaku to a handsome guy who married a beautiful woman. Chapter 1604. What a newbie! Don't you know that you can only post one post a day? In the end, I posted a post written by Lu Dao's wife in the morning. As for the post written by Lu Dao himself, I can't post it today. I can only post it tomorrow. Everyone, please follow my public account. Lu Dao 6118. After the sword radiance traveled a few hundred miles, it suddenly shattered like a mirror. A figure swayed and fell from the sky. It was the Sword King of the high heaven. His face was frighteningly pale, and his eyes were dim. His aura was chaotic and barely discernible. He seemed to be on the verge of death. He was severely injured. Although he had successfully escaped from the attack of the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger, he had used all his strength to defend himself. Moreover, he had been severely injured by the attack of the two overlords. Just a little bit more, and they would have been blasted into smithereens. Without hesitation, the Sword King of the high heaven consumed the golden saint fruit that he had obtained. The reason he had obtained this treasure was so that he could consume it. The Sword King of the high heaven had devoted his life to the sword. He had never cultivated his body, nor had he comprehended other Daos. However, if there was an opportunity that could make his body stronger, he would not miss it. After all, it would not require him to spend time and effort to cultivate. Instead, it would be an additional improvement. Why not? The golden saint baby looked very delicate. Its arms were folded in front of its chest, and it was filled with spirituality. It was as if it was alive. The Sword King of the high heaven swallowed it without hesitation. The golden saint baby turned into a ray of golden light and rushed into the Sword King of the high heaven's body. Suddenly, traces of golden light spread out from his body and covered the Sword King of the high heaven. In just a few breaths, the Sword King of the high heaven's pale face had a tinge of redness. His heavy injuries had healed greatly. 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths, the heavy injuries that were on the brink of death had completely healed. A wave of powerful energy continued to surge within his body, causing his body to continuously strengthen, becoming increasingly powerful. The Sword King of the high heavens' sudden appearance and the fact that he had obtained a golden saint fruit from the 100 beasts and the two overlords had caused the situation to become even more chaotic. It had also motivated the other cultivators. If the Sword King of the high heaven could obtain one, why couldn't they? As if they had been injected with chicken blood, dozens of cultivators rushed over from all directions, including Chunzong. However, Chunzong did not get carried away. Instead, he was extremely calm. His calmness came from the bottom of his heart, as if his state of mind was as cold as ice. Boom! When a cultivator was struck by a desolate beast, he exploded immediately. The desolate beasts here were extremely powerful. If one was struck, there was no way one could survive. Blood mist filled the air, sputtering in all directions, and the smell of blood permeated the air. However, in this chaotic environment of fierce battle, it did not cause any waves. Bang, bang, bang. Even more cultivators were crushed by the terrifying power, but they were still unable to stop their advance. Charge! He approached the golden tree and plucked the holy golden fruit. Chunzong exerted his body movement to the extreme and approached rapidly. However, although the speed of the 9th step of the Thunderstomp 9 heavens was very fast, there was a shortcoming, and that was that it was slightly lacking in flexibility. Myriad Streams Force Field. In an instant, Chunzong unleashed 100 torrents. However, it was not used to restrain the desolate beasts. The desolate beasts' bodies were too large, and their strength was unparalleled. The myriad stream's force field could not affect them at all. On the contrary, the 100 torrents acted on him. They were not used to restrain him, but to assist him. With the help of the myriad stream's force field, not only was his body movement faster, but he was also more agile. Chunzong's body moved sideways as the torrents pulled him. In an instant, he dodged an extremely terrifying attack and rushed forward at an even faster speed. This was another application of the myriad stream's force field. It was not used to restrain the enemy, but to assist him. A ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse approached the golden tree with a surprised look on his face. He did not hesitate to attack. His saber pierced through the air and slashed at the root of one of the holy golden fruit. The holy golden fruit was close at hand. It was about to fall into his hands and become his. Suddenly, he felt the fruit in front of him become blurry. Was it going to disappear? No, it was not that the fruit was going to disappear. Instead, the great azure black demonic dragon's sharp claws sliced through his body like a divine weapon, slicing through a piece of paper. In the blink of an eye, the ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's body was sliced open and shattered by the terrifying impact. His soul was scattered, and he died. Compared to an overlord like the great azure black demonic dragon, the strength of a ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was not enough. Even a powerful ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could not compare to it. It was as if he was moving forward in a turbulent torrent. Chunzong continued to move forward. Another holy golden fruit was plucked. The one who took it was a powerful, desolate beast. Unfortunately, before the desolate beast could celebrate, it was immediately torn apart by the terrifying power of the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. The holy golden fruit also fell to the ground. The trajectory of the falling fruit was actually toward Chunzong. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. A chance. At this moment, it was more difficult to get close to the holy golden tree. Chunzong did not have much confidence. Now that a holy golden fruit was falling in his direction, it was a rare opportunity. In addition to Chunzong, 2 other cultivators also noticed the fruit and quickly made their move. At the same time, the other desolate beasts also made their move. This was a rare opportunity that could not be missed. Fight! The fight was intense and tragic. The great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger could not stand by and watch the holy golden fruit be taken away. Corpses were torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. It was a tragic scene. Chunzong was surrounded by danger, and he was almost killed. Fortunately, he made a prompt decision and hid behind the corpse of a powerful desolate beast, blocking the terrifying bombardment. Although the holy golden fruit was a precious treasure, and it was important to him, his life was more important. Seizing the opportunity would put him in danger of death, but he still had to fight for a way out in a desperate situation. Otherwise, if he got the precious treasure but was killed, he would have nothing left. Everything would be for naught. Only by keeping his life could he have the chance to fight for everything and reach the peak. The holy golden fruit was shining with a dazzling golden light, and it kept falling. Figures rushed to snatch it, but they kept colliding with each other. The terrifying power was fierce and unstoppable. The golden light flashed and approached quickly. Chunzong's eyes focused, and the myriad stream's force field exploded again. A torrent rolled in the air, and in an instant it wrapped around the holy golden fruit and pulled it without hesitation. At the same time, Chunzong moved, and the power of the Lingwu exploded, increasing his cultivation strength and speed. He grabbed the holy golden fruit and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Explode! 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 All the power exploded, and the power of the Lingwu did not stop. Chunzong's speed increased, and he instantly rushed down. There was a large number of wild beasts below. Although he would be attacked by them if he swooped down, he could use their power to resist the terrifying attacks of the Tai Azure Black Demonic Dragon and Mingguang White Divine Tiger. Chunzong could already feel that the 2 terrifying gazes were focused on him. It was as if the astonishing power of darkness and light had also blasted towards him. Not to mention being hit directly. Even if it brushed past him, his body would be shattered and turn into ashes. After the incident with the Sword King of the Holy Golden Fruit, the two overlords were enraged. Now that Shenzong had succeeded, he had to face more terrifying attacks than the Sword King of the Holy Golden Fruit. Fast! 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 Shenzong exploded beyond his limit, and he pushed the Heavenly Thunder Dao to the extreme. He also pushed the 9th step of the Thunder Stamp, 9 Heavens, to the extreme, and the Torrent of the Myriad Streams force field to the extreme. All of this was to avoid the attacks of the two overlords faster. As for the attacks of the other wild beasts, they were not much of a threat to Shenzong. One after another, the wild beasts were sent flying or killed by the two overlords' terrifying attacks, but they could not resist. Boom! In the end, Shenzong was still unable to avoid the attacks of the two overlords. He was directly hit, and his whole body seemed to have been blasted into the ground. A huge pit appeared, and countless cracks spread in all directions. The pit was filled with the terrifying power of darkness, flames, and light purification. While the two powers were opposing each other, they continued to wreak havoc. In an instant, a figure flashing with golden light rushed out of the pit, broke through the power of darkness, flames, and light purification, and fled along the ground at an incredible speed. This scene immediately infuriated the two overlords, the Taitsong Black Demonic Dragon and the Mingguang White Saint Tiger. They almost wanted to chase after him, but another absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit was snatched away, which immediately drew their attention. But this time, although the Great Firmament Black Demonic Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger did not chase after him, there were two powerful wild beasts that did not give up. The blue sky goshawk spread its wings, and the huge blade-like wings streaked across the sky like a gust of wind. It was incomparably fast, and it quickly approached Shenzong. Its sharp eyes stared at Shenzong's body. It swooped down, and its terrifying giant claws seemed to tear the void apart as it viciously grabbed at Shenzong. If he was hit, his body would definitely be crushed. A two-headed ghost wolf dashed forward at an extremely fast speed. Each of its two heads held a ball of red and blue light, which emitted a terrifying aura of flames and ice. It spat out fiercely and immediately turned into a blazing red light and a cold blue light, which pierced through the sky and attacked. Shenzong's body was filled with traces of golden light. The light wandered between his organs, bones, tendons, flesh, and skin, causing them to constantly change and become more compact. This was the power of the Holy Golden Fruit. If Shenzong had not taken the Holy Golden Fruit immediately after obtaining it, he would have been blown apart on the spot. When the Holy Golden Fruit had just been taken, no matter how serious the physical injury was, it could be healed in a short period of time. With this, Shenzong survived the terrifying attack and recovered in a very short period of time. After all, Shenzong had refined his body, and his absorption of the power of the Holy Golden Fruit was faster and more thorough. This was not something that the Heavenly Sword King could compare with. The non-quenching jade skill was constantly circulating, and Shenzong's body was constantly absorbing the power of the Holy Golden Fruit. The power was extremely pure, and there were no impurities at all. It could be easily absorbed. Chapter 1605. The two-headed ghost wolf and the azure sky goshawk moved at an astonishing speed. They quickly approached Shenzong from the ground and the sky, bringing with them an extremely terrifying pressure and killing intent. The azure sky goshawk flapped its wings, and a huge blade that looked like it was forged from divine gold tore through the sky. It was as if it could split the heaven and earth apart as it charged towards Shenzong mercilessly, destroying all life. The two-headed ghost wolf's blazing red light and icy blue light also bombarded Shenzong at the same time. In an instant, Shenzong was faced with several extremely terrifying fatal attacks. under the cover of his divine sense and heart domain. Chunzong captured the extremely clear trajectories of the attacks. His figure flashed in an instant, leaving behind countless afterimages as he dodged the 4 extremely terrifying attacks. The ground in front of him was cut into a long trench that extended for hundreds of meters. Soon after, the blazing red light and the icy blue light arrived as well, blasting open 2 enormous ravines on the ground. One of them was charred black and emanated an astonishingly high temperature, while the other was covered in frost and emanated a terrifying chill. At some point, Chunzong had already turned around and unsheathed his extreme edge sword. The sword light was like a long river surging endlessly. It was also like a vast and endless sea, boundless and boundless as it blasted out. Everything in the sky and on the ground was covered by this sword. Limitless. The limitless sword was extremely mysterious. When it was small, it could condense into the size of a finger. When it was large, it could transform into a majestic river. Under this sword, a myriad of powers surged out, as if it was going to shatter the void. It was as if it was going to kill the azure sky goshawk and the 2-headed ghost wolf directly. However, whether it was the azure sky goshawk or the 2-headed ghost wolf, they were extremely tyrannical primordial desolate beasts that were second only to the 2 overlords, the great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. Many Ninth Heaven Saint realm experts were completely no match for them. Although Chunzong's sword strike was extremely powerful, it was still unable to injure them. In an instant, the boundless and powerful sword light was shattered by the azure sky hawk and the 2-headed ghost wolf's tyrannical strength, instantly turning into countless sword-light fragments that shot out in all directions. Be it the azure sky goshawk or the 2-headed ghost wolf, they were both primordial desolate beasts that were much stronger than the saber-tooth lightning luster lion. In a one-on-one battle, if he used all his strength, he might be able to put up a fight, but it was unknown if he could kill them. After all, the physique of a primordial desolate beast was extremely strong. Its defense was astonishing and its vitality was extremely tenacious. If they couldn't kill it, just some injuries wouldn't be able to affect them. On the contrary, they might even be dragged to death. The non-quenching jade technique was running at full force. The power of the holy golden body fruit continued to spread and surge. It passed through and tempered Chunzong's entire body, causing his body to flicker with golden light. It was extremely dazzling. There was a huge difference in the effect of consuming the holy golden body fruit with or without body refinement. Without body refinement, one would have to slowly accept the power of the holy golden body fruit. It was a passive process that would take a long time, at least 10 days or even longer. However, if one had body refinement and mastered a superior body refinement cultivation technique, one could refine it 100 times, or even 1,000 times more under full force. The non-quenching jade technique was a top-notch Saint class body refinement cultivation technique. Chunzong had cultivated it to the greater completion stage, and his realm was extremely high. Under full force, the refining speed was extremely shocking. He could feel that his body refinement cultivation base was rapidly increasing. Middle stage, 7th level chaotic heaven realm. His physique was becoming more powerful, and his chaotic heaven power was also becoming more powerful. The azure sky goshawk and 2-headed ghost wolf continued to chase after him, getting closer and closer. The azure sky goshawk suddenly flapped its wings, and a terrifying hurricane raged out. Countless green lights condensed, as if they were 2-meter-long feathers. They were densely packed with astonishing light and extremely sharp, like sharp swords piercing through the sky. An extremely sharp sound rang out. Countless green feathers shot down madly like green gold divine swords. It was like a rainstorm falling from the sky. Its sharpness penetrated everything, as if it was going to drown Chunzong's body. One side of the world was covered by the green-gold arrow feather storm, and there was no escape. In just an instant, Chunzong's body was swallowed up. The power of each green-gold feather was extremely terrifying. It could break through all gang chi and defense and destroy all targets. Shenzong could not dodge. He could only run the non-quenching jade technique with all his might and raise his physique to the extreme to resist the terrifying storm-like attack. The two-headed ghost wolf stopped attacking because it was also afraid of such an attack. It believed that the ant would not be able to resist it. It could only hope that the power of the holy gold fruit was still there. As long as the supreme holy golden body fruit had not been completely refined, there was a chance to retrieve it after killing the target. In the worst-case scenario, one could devour the target's corpse and obtain the power of the supreme holy golden body fruit. However, if it was completely refined, even if it devoured the target, it would not be able to obtain the power of the holy gold fruit. At most, it would only gain some benefits. Comparing the two, the former was naturally better. Shenzong only felt that the power contained in the feathers was extremely terrifying. When they shot onto his body, his strong physique seemed to be unable to resist. In an instant, his gang chi was torn apart, and his body, which was countless times stronger than tempered steel, was also penetrated. Fortunately, the power of the holy gold fruit turned into a golden light and spread out from his body, resisting the terrifying power of the feathers. For a moment, there was a stalemate. However, more feathers shot over and directly tore Shenzong's body into pieces. The power of Lingwu. Explode. This time, the power of Lingwu was not converted into chi-refining saint energy, but into body-refining chaos heaven energy, causing the power of Shenzong's chaos heaven energy to increase dramatically. Middle stage, 7th level, chaos heaven realm. Middle stage, 8th level, chaos heaven realm. His body-refining cultivation had directly increased by a large realm. Under the tyrannical chaos heaven energy, Shenzong's physique was temporarily enhanced, becoming even more powerful and shocking. Tyrannical, the extremely terrifying power surged, as if it could destroy everything. For a moment, with the help of the holy gold fruit's golden light, Shenzong temporarily blocked the attack of the green sky goshawk's feathers. Counterattack. Both of his fists were filled with extremely terrifying power as they blasted out. The fist print was earth-shattering, and it was as if it was earth-shattering. It ruthlessly smashed into the rain of feathers, smashing them into pieces. At the same time, the feathers also erupted with an astonishing power, causing Shenzong's fists to retreat and his body to sway. However, Shenzong also discovered that his refining speed of the holy gold fruit had greatly increased. Fight! Both of his fists burst out like a meteor shower, constantly blasting out. With each blow, Shenzong used his own strength-generating skills. Immediately, Shenzong remembered a body-refining martial skill that he had cultivated a long time ago, called the mixed iron refining hand. This body refinement martial technique was rather exquisite, and it was closely related to the energy of flames. But its level was too low, so it had been abandoned by Shenzong a long time ago. But today, Shenzong utilized it once more, and he executed move after move. Moreover, he relied on his exceedingly high comprehension ability and extremely dense martial technique accumulation to modify and improve it. With each blow, the power was constantly increasing, and it was more mysterious. The mixed iron refining hand mastered the power of fire, and the non-quenching jade skill also cultivated the power of fire. Shenzong even had the purple universe incineration fire, a rare fire of heaven. Fire, fire, fire. They were superimposed on each other, constantly refining and improving, and their power was constantly increasing. A blow was not limited to a fist, it could also be a palm, a hand knife, or a finger. All of them displayed amazing power and boundless heat. The mixed iron refining hand was originally limited to form. Shenzong felt as if he had entered a strange state, and his body refining martial skill was unparalleled. Suddenly, his body shook, and the chaotic heavenly energy in his body blazed like magma. Soon after, magma rose behind him, and it surged endlessly. It spread in all directions, forming a vast ocean. As it burned, it released a terrifying might that could burn the heavens and burn the earth. A sharp and resounding cry suddenly sounded. Soon after, a firebird with a pair of flaming wings rushed out from the sea of magma. It soared into the sky, emitting a shocking light and heat. With a flap of its wings, a large amount of flames sprinkled down, burning the mountains and boiling the sea. The flames looked red, but at the end, there seemed to be traces of green light, which was even more terrifying. This was spirit. This was an extremely terrifying spirit that could be mastered after the non-quenching jade technique was cultivated to perfection. The southern phoenix burning sea. With this spirit, Chunzong's mixed sky power became even more tyrannical, and the high temperature burned everything. With the same cultivation level, Chunzong's body refining martial skill had reached perfection, and immediately, his body refining martial skill had increased significantly. The mixed iron refining hand. With a blow, blazing fire energy spread over his palm. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it shattered a few feathers. Now that the non-quenching jade technique had reached perfection, the speed of refining the holy golden body fruit had doubled again. Suddenly, his body refining martial skill broke through again. With the eruption of the Lingwu power, he reached the late-stage 8th level chaotic heaven realm, and became even more powerful. The rain of feathers shot out, and everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was destroyed and collapsed. It was a shocking scene of devastation. Chunzong stood in the middle of it, and his body was filled with dazzling golden light. He looked like a burning golden flame, and he was filled with an indescribable power. Under the tyrannical power of the holy golden body fruit, Chunzong's injuries quickly healed, and he became even more powerful. Peak 8th level chaotic heaven realm. Kill. Chunzong stomped his feet, and the ground shattered. His entire body exploded with unparalleled speed, and he swept through the sky like a meteor. With a stroke of his palm, an extremely shocking flame power condensed. Purple universe incineration fire. Non-quenching jade chaos power. Heavenly fire Tao will. All of the power was in this blow, and it emitted a dazzling red light that illuminated the surroundings. Kill. Compared to the two-headed ghost wolf, Chunzong was incomparably small. However, the power of this blow was extremely tyrannical. It hit the two-headed ghost wolf's head, and it broke through its amazing defense. The two-headed ghost wolf's head trembled, and it instantly became dizzy. However, the other head suddenly stretched out, and its fangs fiercely bit Chunzong. The stench of blood swept out like a storm, and the impact caused the golden light on Chunzong's body to flicker. Chapter 1606. Search for the official account. 6DAO Sync or LuDAO 6118. Let the 6DAO touch you guys up close. By the way, there will be a weekend broadcast tomorrow. Wail. Wail. The two-headed ghost wolf was trembling all over. As its huge body trembled, it caused shocking damage to its surroundings. Chunzong's body was burning with golden flames. The golden light was extremely bright and dazzling, as if a god had descended. Although he seemed somewhat small compared to the two-headed ghost wolf's body, he stood on one of its heads without moving. No matter how the two-headed ghost wolf shook its body, it was not affected in the slightest. In the sky, the azure sky eagle spread its wings again. Suddenly, a green light filled the air, as if a blade had flowed past. It was filled with an incomparably cold aura. Slash! Its huge body suddenly turned in midair, and its wings followed suit. As if tearing the sky apart, it slashed out a cross-shaped light. It struck down from the sky without mercy, as if it was going to cut the earth into 4 pieces. Chunzong suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Without hesitation, a golden light flashed, and he quickly fled into the distance. The huge green divine gold cross-shaped blade slashed down. The two-headed ghost wolf had no time to dodge at all, and was immediately hit. The terrifying power cut open the two-headed ghost wolf's body, leaving a huge cross-shaped blade mark on its body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Anger, rage. The heavily injured two-headed ghost wolf was like a trapped beast. It was extremely angry. The one head that was still intact suddenly lifted up and spat out a ball of icy blue light at the azure sky eagle in the sky. It was like a meteor that flew in reverse to attack. The huge ice ball was surrounded by terrifying electric arcs. Its power was extremely tyrannical. Wherever it passed, the air would freeze and condense into countless frost. The feathers on the azure sky eagle's body seemed to be standing up. The two-headed ghost wolf's furious attack was too terrifying. If it was hit, even if it did not die, it would be heavily injured. With a flap of its wings, the azure sky eagle's huge body was extremely agile, and it dodged the two-headed ghost wolf's furious attack. The golden light drew a beautiful arc from afar and rushed towards the two-headed ghost wolf. Take advantage of its weakness to kill it. The two-headed ghost wolf was heavily injured, and its strength was greatly reduced. It was a good opportunity to kill it. Moreover, a high-intensity battle could greatly increase the efficiency of refining the supreme, holy golden body fruit. Mixed iron forging hands. Golden light suffused the air and gathered in his hands. It was like a layer of golden lava that contained an extremely terrifying high temperature as it pierced through the sky. It was extremely ferocious as it fiercely smashed onto the other head of the two-headed ghost wolf. The might of such a tyrannical attack was extremely terrifying. The instant it came into contact with the head of the two-headed ghost wolf, it was like the eruption of a 1,000-year-old volcano, releasing an extremely terrifying might. A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The two-headed ghost wolf's head trembled and was instantly smashed open. The terrifying high-temperature energy entered its head and wreaked havoc, causing the two-headed ghost wolf to feel incomparable pain. In the sky, the azure sky eagle attacked again. His body spun violently, and his wings seemed to bring about streaks of terrifying green chi as they struck down. They collided continuously, turning into a green hurricane that connected the heavens and the earth. The hurricane was vast and mighty, containing endless sharp blades that slashed crazily, mincing everything between heaven and earth. The huge hurricane instantly enveloped the two-headed ghost wolf. The two-headed ghost wolf howled in grief, but it was already heavily injured and powerless to resist. Its voice gradually weakened. Chunzong had already escaped and was not affected by the green hurricane. However, the azure sky eagle's true target was Chunzong. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a huge green lightning bolt that streaked across the sky in an instant. It pounced on Chunzong with the most shocking speed and fiercest posture. Its terrifying claws seemed to be able to tear the earth apart, causing Chunzong's hair to stand on end. He raised his head and stared. Golden light endlessly suffused Chunzong's eyes. His claws covered the sky and covered the earth as they struck down, as if they had replaced the sky. Wave after wave of energy gushed out from his body like a fountain or a volcanic eruption. Layers of golden light surged like a tide, all of which flowed to his arms and fingers. Immediately, Chunzong's fingers flicked repeatedly. They were as nimble as a butterfly flitting through flowers, but also as domineering as a tiger roaring in the forest. In an instant, his body-refining cultivation broke through again. The peak of the 8th level of the chaotic heaven realm. All of his energy poured into his hands, shuttling back and forth unpredictably. Suddenly, he slashed out, turning into a golden sword light that resembled flowing flames that pierced through the air. Compared to the azure sky eagle's giant claws, this attack seemed so small, but its power was incomparably terrifying. It was completely fearless and invincible. Under my conviction, nothing can stop me. The will of the heart was not only used for the sword. Even if there was no sword in hand, the will of the heart could still be used. Not only did this attack use various kinds of energy, but also integrated the distant fire force cultivated by the non-quenching jade technique into it, releasing its power to its fullest. The non-quenching jade technique was a top saint-grade cultivation method. Coupled with other factors, Chunzong's power at the peak of the 8th level of the chaotic heaven realm was far superior to ordinary cultivators of the same level. This attack seemed to split the sky open. The collision caused an extremely terrifying momentum to spread in all directions. Heaven and earth trembled, and countless cracks rapidly spread out. The azure sky eagle let out a sharp cry full of anger. The attack it was so proud of had been blocked. Even its incomparably hard claws seemed to have been broken, causing it to feel pain. A drop of blood dripped from the giant claws. Of the azure sky eagle's entire body, its beak and claws were the hardest to break, but now its claws had been broken by Chunzong's attack, which showed how terrifying its power was. Tyrannical, extremely tyrannical. The drop of blood also contained an astonishing amount of power. For a transcendent realm body refiner, this drop of blood could be considered a supreme treasure. But for Chunzong, it was nothing. Boom! His feet stomped on the ground, and the ground shook. In an instant, it collapsed dozens of meters, and countless cracks spread in all directions. A terrifying force pushed Chunzong's body, turning into a dazzling golden light that soared into the sky. Clasping his hands together, countless amounts of power poured into his palms. His entire body shot straight up like a giant golden sword soaring into the sky, with a momentum that could break the 9 heavens. Wherever the golden sword light passed, only a straight golden sword mark was left. Sword mark sky sweeping. An extremely powerful attack, with an indomitable will, containing Chunzong's unparalleled and invincible belief. This sword was also integrated with the heart's sword Dao intent. Although Dao intent was something that Qi refining cultivators could comprehend, body refining cultivators could also comprehend Dao intent and use it. The power of this attack was even more tyrannical and astonishing. Kill. The azure sky eagle also unleashed its strongest attack. Its giant claws were suffused with azure divine light. With a fierce swipe, it seemed to tear a large piece of the void. An extremely terrifying power collapsed inwards, as if it was turning into a black hole that could swallow everything. The collision of the two strongest attacks. Would Chunzong be crushed by the azure sky eagle's terrifying claw, or would Chunzong break the azure sky eagle's powerful claw with his sword? In an instant, the result was clear. The golden light pierced through the power in the azure sky eagle's claws. It shot out from the gaps between the claws and shot toward the azure sky eagle's body like a hot knife through butter. It directly tore through the tough green feathers and pierced into the eagle's heart. The heart was the place where the essence blood gathered. The azure sky eagle's body was huge, so its heart was also astonishingly huge. Chunzong's entire body was immersed in the dense and pure essence blood of the heart. He wantonly circulated the complete stage non-quenching jade technique and activated it with all his might, constantly absorbing the essence blood of the heart to refine and absorb it. The azure sky eagle was in extreme pain. Its huge body was struggling in the air, and sharp cries were constantly coming out from its mouth. That was the pain and torture that originated from the heart. It was extremely painful, and it couldn't get rid of it at all. Even if it contracted its heart, it couldn't crush the other party. It only felt that the essence blood of the heart was constantly being absorbed and refined, and the tyrannical power in its body was also constantly being drained. Compared to an Archean desolate beast like the saber-toothed lightning lion, the azure sky eagle was a level stronger. Moreover, Chunzong had directly refined the essence blood of the heart while it was still alive. Its power was even more vigorous, and Chunzong could feel that his cultivation was constantly improving. The essence blood of the azure sky eagle's heart and the power of the absolute Saint Golden Body fruit allowed Chunzong's cultivation to break through again. The limit of level 7 chaotic heaven realm. This was because Chunzong had stopped the eruption of the power of the Lingwu, and his cultivation had returned to its original level. If he were to erupt with the power of the Lingwu, he would be able to reach the limit of level 8 chaotic heaven realm. An extremely tyrannical power surged in his body, as if it was about to explode. The stronger the cultivation, the faster the speed of refinement. The more the azure sky eagle struggled, and it fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Countless waves of earth surged in all directions, covering a radius of several thousand meters. In the crater, the azure sky eagle's body was still trembling, as if it was unwilling to die like this. It continued to struggle, but it was helpless. In the end, its struggle grew weaker and weaker until it could no longer move. A moment later, a figure flashing with golden light broke out of the azure sky eagle's body. It soared into the sky and let out a long howl. The howl was earth-shattering and boundless. It was Chunzong. The power of the azure sky eagle's essence blood had been completely absorbed and refined, becoming Chunzong's power, causing Chunzong's power to increase greatly. Following the earth-shattering howl, a terrifying aura surged out, sweeping in all directions and suppressing everything. Early stage level 8 chaotic heaven realm. In a short time, Chunzong's body refining cultivation soared from early stage LV7 to early stage LV8, greatly increasing his power. Not only that, but the non-li quenching jade technique had also been cultivated to perfection, condensing the terrifying aura vision of the southern phoenix burning sea. Once it was activated, its power became even more tyrannical. Moreover, the mixed iron forging hand was constantly improved and perfected, becoming a powerful body-refining martial art that was very compatible with a non-li quenching jade technique. There was also another benefit, which was the golden body. The power of the absolute Saint Golden Body fruit had been refined and absorbed. After being injured again and again, the medicinal efficacy had integrated into his body more thoroughly. To a certain extent, it had further refined Chunzong's body, causing it to undergo some kind of transformation. Under the transformation, he had obtained the absolute Saint Golden Body fruit's ability, Unbreakable Golden Body. Once this ability was activated, Chunzong's body would emit a golden light from the inside out, covering his skin. It was as if he had turned into a golden body. His power and speed would not increase, but his defensive power would be greatly enhanced. Covered by the golden body, Chunzong carefully felt the strength of his body. Chapter 16:07. The golden light receded, and the feeling of being unbreakable also dissipated. Chunzong's skin returned to its original color, and he could not help but smile. Wealth comes from danger. Opportunities are snatched from death. He had succeeded. Among the two overlords of the wild beasts, many powerful wild beasts, and a group of powerful cultivators, with his own abilities and a bit of luck, he had successfully obtained an absolute Saint Golden Body fruit. Furthermore, with the powerful energy of the absolute Saint Golden Body fruit, he had managed to survive the attacks of the two overlords and successfully escaped. There were many benefits. The non-li quenching jade technique had broken through to perfection. His body cultivation had increased to the early stage of the 8th level of the chaotic heaven realm. He had obtained the golden body impenetrable ability. He had also taken the opportunity to continuously improve and perfect the mixed iron forging hand into a powerful body-refining martial art. All in all, his strength had increased significantly. Chunzong felt that his current body-refining strength had surpassed the qi cultivation realm. Strength was the guarantee and the source of confidence. With more strength, Chunzong was more confident in exploring the Savage Baron Secret Zone. Now, in the entire Savage Baron Secret Zone, apart from the two overlords, the Great Azure Black Demonic Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger, Chunzong was no longer afraid of the other wild beasts. Even if he could not defeat them, he could ensure that he was invincible. Although the cultivators who entered here were powerful, he was not weak either. Chunzong suddenly stomped his feet, causing the ground to collapse. Circle after circle of terrifying energy exploded out, causing the sand and rocks in all directions to be turned into powder. Chunzong suddenly charged forward like a meteor. He was incomparably fast, and his might was domineering in the world. Smash! Wherever his tyrannical body passed, everything was shattered. In an instant, Chunzong disappeared into the sky, searching for primordial fragments, killing primordial wild beasts to refine his body. Although the blood of primordial wild beasts was not as effective as before after his body-refining cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th level of the chaotic heaven realm, Chunzong could still feel his body strengthening little by little. In fact, Chunzong had not completely refined the power of the holy gold body fruit. There was still a small part of it lurking in his flesh and bones. As Chunzong cultivated, it was being stimulated little by little. Jindy, what a great reputation, but it's useless. A ninth heaven saint realm master sneered as he stared at Chunzong, his words as sharp as blades and his expression as cold as ice. An extremely tyrannical aura spread out in all directions and instantly condensed into a terrifying force that exploded into a rain of light, each of which seemed capable of piercing through the void as it shot towards Chunzong. The rain of light was violent, gorgeous, and suffused with a dreamlike color, causing one to be dazzled. Chunzong's body trembled slightly. Golden lines that were filled with an incomparably mysterious aura suddenly emerged from the depths of his body, spreading over his skin and covering his entire body. The striations crisscrossed together and seemed to be disorderly, yet they contained extremely profound profundities. It was like a blazing golden flame that was eternal, indestructible, and indestructible. Invincible golden body, unbreakable golden body. It was as though a golden god stood between heaven and earth. No matter how the rain of light bombarded him, he did not move an inch. Countless rain of light bombarded Chunzong's invincible golden body with a terrifying power that seemed capable of penetrating everything. It seemed as though it was going to shatter, but it was blocked and exploded. Countless golden rays sputtered in all directions. Chunzong's body refinement cultivation base was at the early stage of the 8th level Chaos Heaven Realm, but when he unleashed the invincible golden body, his defense was at the early stage of the 9th level Chaos Heaven Realm. This did not refer to the ordinary early stage of the 9th level Chaos Heaven Realm, but the level after Chunzong's cultivation base had reached the early stage of the 9th level Chaos Heaven Realm. Its significance was extraordinary. Chunzong's tyrannical defense allowed him to block his opponent's rain of light and remain unscathed. What kind of cultivation technique is this? The 9th Heaven Saint Realm Master was shocked. Soon after, a scimitar rose into the air and emitted an incomparably shocking light. It seemed as though it had transformed into a huge sun hanging in the sky. The light illuminated all directions, and a sharp and domineering aura surged in all directions. Slash! 100-meter-long golden scimitar light swept across the sky. Under the slash of the scimitar, the sky and the earth seemed to be separated. Only the golden scimitar light was dazzling to the extreme. Chunzong looked solemn as he activated the non-quenching jade technique and the invincible golden body to the extreme. Endless power surged from his body to his hands. A golden lava-like radiance flowed, dazzling to the extreme. An astonishing blazing aura spread out, and the air around his hands was distorted by the high temperature. Chaos Iron Refining Hand. Kill! The attack shattered the sky. In an instant, it collided with the 100-meter-long scimitar light, bursting out with an incomparably terrifying power. The sound of metal clashing rang out like an ancient bell, shaking all directions. The terrifying power turned into ripples that swept across the sky, as though all the dust in the air had been pulverized into powder. This attack seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. The full-force attack of a 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse was extremely powerful and terrifying. Even though Chunzong had activated the invincible golden body and the chaos iron refining hand, he was still pushed back dozens of meters. However, the scimitar light also shattered, turning into countless golden scimitars that were incomparably dazzling. It looked like a golden drizzle. Although Chunzong was pushed back, he was still unharmed. The void trembled as Chunzong charged forward and attacked with the chaos iron refining hand again. A golden scimitar that was extremely domineering broke through the void like a volcanic eruption that could destroy everything. This attack was too fast, too fierce, and too ruthless. The ninth heaven, Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse, was slightly stunned. However, it was too late for him to react. Unable to dodge, he could only throw out a punch. The golden scimitar gathered like a scorching sun. In an instant, the golden scorching sun was broken by Chunzong's attack. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter as it struck Chunzong's chest. A shocking sound like the beating of a heavenly drum resounded in the sky. The void rippled from the point of impact, shaking all directions as though it was going to shatter everything. One attack. The ninth heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse was pushed back a few hundred meters. His chest caved in slightly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he glared fiercely at Chunzong. He retreated without hesitation and quickly fled. After this exchange, he already knew that he was no match for his opponent. He could only retreat. Although it was a pity to give up on the primordial fragment, if he insisted on fighting for it, he might be beaten to death by his opponent. Although opportunities were important, they could only be enjoyed if one was alive. After repelling his opponent, Chunzong did not pursue him. This was because this battle was for a primordial fragment. As soon as his opponent left, Chunzong gave up on pursuing him and immediately charged toward the primordial fragment. This was the most important thing. The primordial fragment from before had allowed his earthly fire Dao intent to transform into the heavenly fire Dao intent. However, he did not know what kind of improvement this primordial fragment would bring him. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong entered the primordial fragment. Like a giant beast that had been awakened from its slumber, it burst out with shocking power. Wisps of gray aura suddenly rotated and covered Chunzong's body. Boom! As though heaven and earth had exploded. Chunzong felt that everything before his eyes had changed drastically. It was as though it was a piece of chaos. There was no distinction between up and down, left and right. There was no heaven and earth. It was like a world that had just been created but had yet to be created. Chunzong's soul and consciousness were completely immersed in it. It was vague and indistinct, and he did not know the passage of time or the passage of time. Suddenly, a ray of light seemed to appear out of thin air. It was like a peerless sword light that streaked across the chaotic void. It burst out with unparalleled brilliance and carried with it a primordial aura that could split heaven and earth apart as it tore apart the chaos. Rumble. The chaos shook as though heaven and earth were being split apart. An extremely terrifying power swept out, shattering and destroying everything in its path. That sword light seemed to be endless. It constantly attacked and tore apart everything. It was eternal and immortal, and the aura it emitted was mysterious and boundless. Chunzong did not know what it was. His soul and consciousness were completely immersed in it and could not extricate themselves from it. He could not feel the passage of time at all. That peerless sword light kept attacking, as if a sword god was waving his sword. It seemed simple and direct, but it was an amazing sword technique that had returned to its original simplicity. Every sword move brought indescribable feelings to Chunzong. Wisps of indistinct voices seemed to resound in the chaotic void. They were like the mysterious and true voice of the Great Way. They intermittently entered Chunzong's ears, making Chunzong even more immersed. In the outside world, time flew by and 3 days had already passed. Chunzong stood in the middle of the ancient fragment, his figure unmoving. His entire body was shrouded in a dusky glow that seemed to be filled with primordial chaos, as though it contained boundless mysteries. Under normal circumstances, the power of a primordial fragment could last for 3 days. However, if it was a primordial fragment that had not been found the last time the wild secret area opened, its power would continue to accumulate. The primordial fragment that Chunzong had found had accumulated power several times. It could not only last for 3 days. If it had only been 3 days, it would not have been enough for Chunzong to comprehend the mysteries contained within. It was even more mysterious than the primordial fragment from before. This power seemed to contain endless mysteries and countless possibilities. That light, in the eyes of a saber cultivator, was a saber light that could split the heavens and earth. Since Chunzong practiced the sword, it was naturally a sword light. For days, 5 days, 6 days, within Chunzong's body, the great mystery art began to circulate on its own. Its trajectory gradually began to change, becoming even more mysterious and concise. It was as if complexity had been reduced to simplicity, and the great Tao had returned to simplicity. The first stage of the mystery formula, the second stage, the third stage, the fourth stage. Starting from the first stage, the mystery formula gradually changed and became more mysterious. The mystery Saint Force also gradually showed traces of astonishing sharpness. That sharpness seemed to be born from chaos. It seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, and it emitted an indescribable primordial light. Primordial, the beginning of everything, the beginning of the heavens and earth, was filled with endless mysteries. 7 days. As Chunzong continued to comprehend, the mystery formula also continued to transform. The Saint Force in his body also changed, becoming more and more powerful and astonishing. 8 days. A shocking aura fluctuated around Chunzong, as if there was a sharpness that could split the heavens and earth. A Taoist, rhyme of the beginning of all things, also spread out. 9 days. Chunzong's body trembled slightly. A large amount of power transformed, becoming even more tyrannical and powerful. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth apart, and nothing could stop it. 9 days. Chapter 1608. Good fortune came to him, and it was natural. Streams of extremely condensed energy surged and circulated in his body, and it was perfect. That power was like a divine sword that could split the heavens and earth. It was incomparably sharp and incomparably sharp. There was nothing it could not destroy, nothing it could not destroy, and it had an invincible momentum. 9 days. The primordial fragment's energy had just been exhausted. The guidance of its energy allowed Chunzong's great mystery art to transform into a new cultivation technique that was incomparably compatible with him. A cultivation technique that focused on the sword. As the primordial fragment's energy gradually dissipated, Chunzong seemed to have awakened. His eyelids trembled slightly as he gently raised them. Like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, a shocking cold light shot out from the depths of his eyes. The cold light was blazing, sharp, and piercing through everything. It seemed to be able to shatter the stars as it shot out 1,000 meters before dissipating into the void. His body moved slightly, and the sound of sword rang out. It was as if invisible sword chi surged around him, tearing everything apart. It faintly emitted an ancient primordial charm that could split heaven and earth apart. He pressed his fingers together like a sword and slashed through space. Suddenly, a ray of light that was suffused with silver divine radiance and sharp like a sword shot out from between his fingers, and it tore the sky apart. The space that was slashed apart seemed as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth apart, and traces of an extremely profound aura flowed and grew within it. This cultivation technique uses the great mystery art as its foundation. It looks at the sword that splits heaven and earth. Let nature take its course as if it was the beginning of the world. Let's call it the origin sword technique. Chunzong muttered to himself. His words were filled with an extremely shocking sharpness that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth apart. Using the great mystery art as the foundation to comprehend the primordial fragment's mysteries was a completely new cultivation technique. It was also a top-grade saint-grade cultivation technique, but it was much better than the Great Mystery Art. It could be considered a top-grade saint-grade cultivation technique in the world, and its mysteries were incomparably shocking. Chunzong had cultivated the Great Mystery Art to the completion of the 30th level, grasping the technique intent and greatly increasing its power. However, the Origin Sword technique had only been perfected to the 29th level. There was still the 30th level to be perfected because the primordial fragment's energy had been exhausted. If he could hold on for another 2 to 4 hours, Chunzong was confident that he could complete the 30th level of the Taichu Sword Origin technique and master it. Even so, the power cultivated from the 29th level of the Taichu Sword Yuan art was extremely tyrannical and incomparably sharp. Its might completely surpassed the power cultivated from the 30th level of the Great Mystery Art. The difference between the two was obvious. In terms of cultivation methods, Chunzong was not inferior to any of the geniuses in history. If he could perfect the 30th level of the Taichu Sword Origin technique, then its power would increase exponentially and become even more tyrannical. Powerful top saint-level cultivation techniques already contained astonishing mysteries. For example, the Shen King World Shocking Art. When cultivated to a high level, one could control the yuan qi of heaven and earth in all directions for one's own use. However, it could also deprive others of their ability to use the yuan qi of heaven and earth, indirectly affecting and weakening them. As time went by, there would be an even more obvious gap in strength. Even if his strength was slightly inferior to his opponents, he could still turn the situation around with the astonishing profundity of the mysterious king shocks the world. Of course, the prerequisite was that his opponent could not resist or break through the profundity of the mysterious king shocks the world. The Taishian Saint Sun's cultivation technique also contained shocking mysteries. And now, Chunzong could feel a powerful profundity from the Taichu Sword Yuan art. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth. It was as if nothing in the world could resist it. No matter how strong one's defense was, it would still be broken through. This was a feeling. As for whether it could really break through everything, Chunzong was actually not 100% certain. However, it was an undeniable fact that the Taichu Sword Yuan art was stronger than the Great Mystery Art. Cultivation methods and cultivation could be considered the basic strength of a cultivator. The foundation was very important. If it was not firm enough, it would not be beneficial to one's future cultivation. Moreover, a powerful top cultivation method also contained astonishing profundity. The more one cultivated, the greater the benefits one would manifest in the future. Since ancient times, many strong cultivators had used their own powerful cultivation methods as their foundation to continuously improve and transform, surpassing others. Chunzong had also embarked on this path. His qi cultivation was still at the peak of the 7th level saint realm. However, his strength had increased significantly because of the power of the Taichu Sword Yuan art. This cultivation method was mainly based on the sword. When used to perform sword techniques, there would be an additional increase in power and strength. Chunzong unsheathed the extreme edge sword and casually slashed out. He did not use the power of Dao. He only used the power of the Taichu Sword Yuan art to split the void in front of him. It was as if he had split the heavens and earth. Traces of ancient profundity filled the air. It was as if the beginning of the universe was unstoppable, unavoidable, and unerasable. That wisp of sword light lingered in the void for a few breaths before gradually dissipating. The void also seemed to have been split open, leaving behind a terrifying crack that slowly healed. But I wonder what level my qi cultivation strength has reached now. Chunzong thought to himself. With a leap, Chunzong rose into the air. This time, Chunzong used his qi refinement cultivation to travel. When he used his qi cultivation strength to travel, it was vast and mighty, as if it could sweep through everything. It was very shocking. On the contrary, when he used his chi cultivation strength to travel, it was light and gentle. It was as light and swift as a sharp sword slicing through the void. Now, more than 10 days had passed. There were only 10 days left before the savage barren territory would disappear into the void again. Everyone would also be repelled by its power and leave this place. Opportunities were hard to come by and should not be missed. One had to try his best to obtain as much as possible. Since a cultivator had embarked on the path of cultivation, they had to have this kind of belief. No matter what opportunity one had, one should fight for it with all their might. If one could not fight for it, one should create an opportunity to fight for it. If one did not even have an opportunity, one should give up. There were gains and losses. One had to be able to pick up and let go. Time flew by. Chunzong continued to explore the savage barren territory. The extreme sharp sword pierced through the void. The sword light was extremely sharp. In this world, nothing could withstand it. No matter if it was soft or hard, everything was sliced apart in front of this sword. That extremely powerful, immemorial, desolate beast, which was on the same level as the green sky eagle, could not withstand Chunzong's sword. In an instant, it was sliced apart by the terrifying sword light. Blood rained down like a waterfall, splattering everywhere. The blood essence of this immemorial desolate beast was naturally absorbed by Chunzong to increase his chi cultivation. He wanted to increase his chi cultivation before the savage barren territory closed. The fight for the holy golden body fruit had already ended. Out of the 9 holy golden body fruits, 1 was taken by the heavenly sword king. 1 was taken by Chunzong. As for the remaining 7, 3 were taken by the great azure black demonic dragon. 3 were taken by the Mingguang white divine tiger, and 1 was taken by an immemorial desolate beast. The fight had already ended. However, there were countless casualties at the foot of the savage mountain. All of this no longer had anything to do with Chunzong. A sea of flowing lights was like rippling water. It was constantly changing and dazzling. Chunzong stopped in his tracks. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at it. However, he could not see through it. He could only feel danger. The flowing lights were dazzling and enchanting. However, it contained an extremely terrifying danger. Chunzong had a feeling that even if he activated his unbreakable golden body and stepped into it, he would be instantly turned into dust. Not even his bones would remain, and his soul would scatter. This was the border. This was the border of the savage barren territory. The savage barren territory was a world of its own. However, it was not a complete world. Hence, there was a border. At the border, there was a void turbulence. It turned into flowing lights and flowing lights. However, it was extremely dangerous. Sensing was just sensing. Chunzong still wanted to try it himself. Of course, he would not really enter it. Instead, he took out a long spear. This was a 7th grade saint weapon. It was his spoils of war. Without hesitation, Chunzong threw out the long spear. It instantly sank into the flowing lights. Silently, the spear that was a grade 7 saint artifact was shattered into pieces, turning into dust. This scene made Chunzong's hair stand on end. Retreat. There was nothing to gain from staying here. There was no need to continue wasting time. Now, more than 20 days had passed. There were less than 5 days left before the savage barren territory closed. The Hurricane Dao will has yet to transform into an advanced Dao will. Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly. Although it had yet to transform, it was already on the verge of transforming. Chunzong knew that if he could find an immemorial desolate beast that could control the power of wind and absorb its blood essence to cultivate, there would be hope for him to break through. The azure sky rock soared high in the sky. Its huge body was almost 200 meters long. It was a desolate beast that was second only to the 2 overlords of the desolate beasts. Compared to the azure sky eagle, it was much stronger. Its sharp eyes were filled with a broken green-gold light. It was extremely cold. There was no warmth or emotion in its eyes. It was as if one's life would be frozen if they were stared at by it. The hurricane whistled and the wind howled. It surrounded the azure sky rock's body. Chunzong stared from afar. His eyes shone with a sharp light. It was called Desire. The azure sky rock was extremely powerful. It was born with the power of the heavenly wind. It was boundless and terrifying. Although it was not as powerful as the two overlords of the desolate beasts, it was the closest existence. Of course, the two overlords who had consumed the absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit would only be stronger. If the azure sky rock could consume the absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit, its bloodline might revert to its ancestor and become a golden rock. Then, it would become the third overlord of the savage barren territory. But all of this was only imagination and guesses. Presently, the azure sky rock had already become Chunzong's target. Not only would killing and refining its blood essence be able to improve his body refinement cultivation, he could even rely on the power of the heavenly wind within its blood to transform his Hurricane Dao insight into the high-grade Heavenly Wind Dao insight. At that time, when the Heavenly Wind Dao insight and Heavenly Fire Dao insight merged, its might would surpass the Heart Sword Dao insight and become even more terrifying. If it could merge with the Heavenly Lightning Dao insight, its might would simply be unimaginable. But the difficulty of perfectly merging the Heavenly Lightning Dao insight, Heavenly Fire Dao insight, and Heavenly Wind Dao insight was too great. If he didn't have a suitable fortuitous encounter, Chunzong didn't know how much time and effort he would have to spend to accomplish it. But the Dao was endless. If one had the heart, one could succeed. Kill. Chapter 1609. The azure sky rock suddenly flapped its wings that blotted out the sky. The strong winds that surrounded its body roared and instantly condensed into wind blades. They were like a dark green divine weapon that slashed through the void and attacked. One slashed towards the sword light, while the other slashed past the sword light, bringing with it a bone-chilling, killing intent. Under the characteristics of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique, Chunzong's sword was extremely powerful. It directly pierced through the greenish-black wing blade, but at the same time, his own strength was exhausted and shattered. The power cultivated by the Taichu Sword Yuan technique was so unique. It seemed to be able to penetrate and tear through everything. That was its characteristic. It was just like the Shin King shocks the world. Once it was cultivated to a high level, it could naturally control the Yuan Qi in all directions. Characteristics were the most unreasonable. However, the characteristics of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique were like the creation of heaven and earth. It could tear through everything. But if one's own strength was not enough, it would also collapse and dissipate. In the face of the azure sky rock's wing blade, Chunzong had no intention of dodging. His left hand was like a dragon emerging from the water. Golden light gathered, and a blazing aura surged. It was like a flood of magma erupting from a volcano. Endless tyrannical power surged, and surged like a torrent of torrents. It all poured into his left hand and reached his 5 fingers. Mixed iron forging hand. His palms suddenly trembled and instantly exploded with unparalleled power. It seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth as it brazenly attacked the greenish-black wing blade. The sound of metal clashing resounded through heaven and earth. Chunzong's body trembled slightly, and his left hand bounced up high. The greenish-black wing blade was also shattered, turning into countless fragments that scattered through the air. Seeing that its 2 attacks were ineffective, the azure sky rock's eyes became even colder and more emotionless. It spread its wings and instantly circled around. Its huge body and astonishing speed, as well as the power of the wind that it controlled, brought about a spatial storm. It was mighty and unstoppable, destroying everything in the world. The greenish-black void storm was boundlessly tyrannical, wreaking havoc in all directions, connecting the heavens and the earth. From the moment it appeared, it expanded to several hundred meters in size in the blink of an eye, wriggling and swaying. It was like an evil dragon wreaking havoc in the heavens and the earth, emanating a terrifying destructive power. Chunzong was as insignificant as a mayfly in the face of this terrifying and destructive void storm. Chunzong's face was solemn. He immediately activated his unbreakable golden body. Golden lines emerged from the inside of his body, as if an invisible magic brush was drawing on his skin. A complicated and mysterious golden pattern was drawn on Chunzong's body. It covered his entire body like a burning flame. An incorruptible, indestructible, and indestructible aura spread out and swept out in all directions. Even though there was an immeasurable gap between Chunzong and the void storm in terms of size, his aura did not seem to be inferior at all. Chunzong planned to resist the void storm head-on. The power of the holy golden body fruit had not been completely refined. There was still a part of it lurking in his flesh and blood. He could either cultivate slowly and stimulate it bit by bit, or refine it faster with the help of external forces. This void storm was undoubtedly a good external force. Without hesitation, Chunzong rushed into the void storm that was several hundred meters in size, like an evil dragon. Suddenly, countless greenish-black sharp blades cut Chunzong's body in a frenzy, but they were all blocked by the power of his unbreakable golden body. Ear-piercing sounds were constantly heard, as if countless flying knives were shooting at fine steel. Countless sparks splashed and blended into the void storm. It was vast and boundless, and the roar was extremely shocking. Chunzong felt as if he was about to be obliterated. He was enduring an indescribable bombardment. Although the defense of his unbreakable golden body was strong, Chunzong still felt pain when he was constantly attacked. Traces of potential were also stimulated because of this. Whether it was the power of the holy golden body fruit or the primordial wild beast's blood essence that he had continuously absorbed and refined, a small part of it had blended into Chunzong's body and was temporarily hidden. Now it seemed to be constantly being forced out. Traces of clear currents permeated and seemed to be scorching hot. The void storm's power was extremely shocking. It seemed that it would not stop until it obliterated Chunzong. Cuts appeared on Chunzong's body, but they healed in an instant. Power constantly emerged and exploded. Middle stage, 8th level chaotic heaven realm. At the same time, his unbreakable golden body was also enhanced. His defensive power had reached middle stage, 9th level chaotic heaven realm, and the tyrannical void storm could no longer hurt him. It was as if he had crossed a critical line. The void storm's stimulation and tempering effect on his body's potential instantly decreased. Since there was no effect, there was no need to continue. With one blow, Chunzong directly broke through the void storm and fiercely attacked the azure skyrock. As a powerful wild beast second only to the two overlords in the wild territory, the azure skyrock's combat power was unquestionable. Its fighting instincts were also very shocking, and it was very experienced. It could be said that any immemorial desolate beast, from birth to death, would experience countless life and death battles. Their innate nature already possessed astonishing battle instincts. Together with the killing and tempering, they were blessed by the heavens when it came to battle. The moment Chunzong rushed out of the void storm, he was met with a giant greenish-black claw. The giant claw crossed the sky and was surrounded by countless greenish-black gales. It was extremely condensed and turned into streaks of black lightning, releasing an aura that was full of destruction. The claw seemed to tear a hole in the void. It was like a lightning that could annihilate everything. Chunzong's body trembled and his hair stood on end. Whether it was the timing or the angle of the attack, it was extremely shocking. Even with Chunzong's ability, he could not avoid it immediately. He could only take it head-on. Mixed Iron Forging Hand. A powerful attack was launched. It was most suitable for a head-on collision. However, Chunzong felt his body tremble. An extremely powerful force that contained sharpness and destruction rushed towards him. It was as if it was going to shatter his left arm. Even his body was slightly numb. The power of the attack was even more terrifying than the void storm. If it was not for the unbreakable golden body, he would definitely not be able to withstand it, and would have been seriously injured. However, the mixed iron forging hand that Chunzong used under the unbreakable golden body was also very powerful. The Azure Sky Rock was not in a good state either. Immediately, a sword light tore through the sky and attacked the Azure Sky Rock with endless intent. Under the shocking characteristics of the Taichu sword energy technique, the Azure Sky Rock's strong physique and defense were directly broken through as if they did not exist. However, after breaking through its defense, the power of this sword strike was greatly weakened. It only caused insignificant damage to the Azure Sky Rock. At most, it was like a person being cut by a small knife, a wound that was only a little bit of skin. Chunzong was also a little helpless. The Azure Sky Rock's strength was indeed very strong. If he had not mastered the Taichu sword energy technique or the Xin technique, then this sword would probably not have been able to break through the opponent's defense, let alone cause any damage. The Limitless Sword just now had only caused an insignificant injury to the Azure Sky Rock. Chunzong's figure was extremely agile. It was as if a bolt of lightning was swimming around. With the help of the Myriad Stream's force field, not only did he have amazing speed, but he also had amazing agility. The Azure Sky Rock's huge size was an advantage, but now it had become a disadvantage. Chunzong turned into a bolt of lightning and was extremely agile as he attacked continuously. The repeated attacks had infuriated the Azure Sky Rock. The feathers all over its body instantly emanated strands of dark green energy. The energy was incomparably hard and extremely sharp. As the feathers opened up slightly, it was like the edge of a blade. This attack came suddenly and was completely unexpected. Chunzong reacted quickly, but he did not completely avoid it. Fortunately, Chunzong did not stop the operation of the unbreakable golden body. Thus, he was able to resist the attack. Although he was not injured, he felt waves of tearing pain sweep through his body. In just an instant, the Azure Sky Rock seized the opportunity to counterattack. Its sharp claws hooked and slashed, as if they were part of nature, explaining an indescribable profundity. It was like an antelope hanging on its horns, making it difficult for Chunzong to dodge. A sword slashed through the air. The chain of sword light was endless and weakened layer by layer. However, the power of that claw was extremely tyrannical. It brazenly attacked, ignoring all the sword light and wanting to tear Chunzong apart. Infinite. Attack against attack. The extreme sharp sword trembled, and an unparalleled force blasted out. It was like a volcanic eruption, pushing Chunzong back. In an instant, a feather shook and shot out in the air. It was like a peerless divine knife fiercely chopping at Chunzong's back, as if it was going to cut Chunzong in half. Turn around. Mixed iron forging hands. The collision was extremely shocking. Chunzong flew backward and was attacked by the Azure Sky Rock's sharp claws. Chunzong realized that things were not going well. Although he could better injure the Azure Sky Rock in close combat, the Azure Sky Rock also had extreme control over its body. Whether it was its sharp claws or its feathers, they could all be turned into amazing blade attacks. If he approached, he would be attacked by countless feathers, as if he was trapped in a feather blade hell. It was very unfavorable for him. The unbreakable golden body's defensive power was strong, but it was not really unbreakable. When the attack reached the upper limit, it would also be broken. Chunzong wanted to use the pressure of the Azure Sky Rock to stimulate his potential, but there was a limit. If he exceeded the limit, his life might be in danger. Escape. In an instant, Chunzong's body was extremely agile. With the combination of the Myriad Stream's force field and the ninth step of the Thunder Steps of the Nine Heavens, he quickly distanced himself from the Azure Sky Rock. With the extreme sharp sword in hand, Chunzong held the hilt with both hands and stood in front of him like a stick of incense. His expression was solemn and dignified. His eyes were clear and bright, as if they could penetrate the void. In an instant, Chunzong gathered the heart sword Dao will to the extreme. Endless mysteries grew from Chunzong's heart and spread out through his body. Around Chunzong, there seemed to be ripples of water. Those were countless sword lights. They seemed to be shapeless and tangible, rendering an extremely mysterious aura. It was like a reflection of mountains and rivers, like a projection of heaven and earth. Sword chi, sword lights, and sword radiance intertwined and weaved into an indescribable picture. It was as if a picture scroll had been opened and became eternal between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth. Shenzong opened his mouth slightly and softly spat out two words. It was clear and empty. It did not seem loud, but it was vast and mighty like a divine sound. Wind and thunder shook in all directions. The sword was also raised high. Chapter 16:10. Boundless sword chi, sword light, and sword radiance emanated from his body. It was as if 10,000 swords were returning to their roots and 10,000 rivers were returning to the sea. All of them surged into the body of the sword that was raised high up in the air. A wisp of seemingly light, yet extremely dazzling brilliance flowed and circulated on the sword like rippling autumn water. The heart's sword Dao inside had been raised to the limit, and it emanated traces of a charm that seemed to surpass the ninth cycle. The pinnacle. Above the ninth cycle was the pinnacle. The pinnacle of Dao insight was the pinnacle of Dao insight, and it was the pinnacle of Dao insight that couldn't be raised any further. Shenzong's heart sword Dao insight was still at the ninth cycle, but it had already reached the limit of the ninth cycle. With the foundation and profundities of his sword technique, it caused this strike to possess profundities that neared the pinnacle. Heaven and earth line. All the power was condensed and fused together with the pinnacle's sword as it slashed down. It seemed like an ordinary strike, but it slashed down casually from top to bottom. Yet it also seemed like it took all his strength to slash down. Instantly, a strand of silver divine radiance that was condensed to the limit like a thread tore through the sky. When he challenged the kingship pagoda, Chunzong had fought fiercely with the young Lingwu emperor, and he'd executed a strike that neared the pinnacle at the last moment. At that time, that strike had only scratched the surface, and it hadn't been named. But as he comprehended it, and especially after the grand profundity technique had transformed into the origin sword technique, Chunzong noticed that it was much easier to execute this strike. It wasn't like before, where he could only unleash it when facing the pressure of life and death, and he could already execute it freely. Of course, he still couldn't execute it as smoothly and quickly as when he executed the infinite strike, and it required a little more time. For now, it was enough. The extreme edge sword slashed down vertically, and that thread-like silver sword radiance silently flashed through the sky at the speed of an aurora, leaving behind only a thread-like pitch-black mark. It was so black that it was profound, and it emanated an extremely frightening aura. This strike caused the azure sky rock to tremble without end. The azure sky rock strength was tyrannical. It was a powerful wild beast that was second only to the two overlords in the savage barren secret realm. It had been hundreds of years since it was born and had experienced countless life and death battles. Its bloodline was also very high-end, so it had an extremely sharp sense of danger. That strand of silver divine radiance that silently tore through the sky towards him caused him to feel a horrifying sense of danger, and it was as if a single strike of this sword could slash his formidable body apart. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, but it was too late to dodge. The azure sky rock let out a sharp cry that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Its huge wings swept up a greenish-black astral current. With a sudden shake, the astral current immediately gathered and turned into an extremely terrifying storm that swept out, as if it was going to crush the void. The storm was azure in color, and countless black lightning bolts were wreaking havoc within it. It was suffused with a shocking aura of destruction. The azure sky rock unleashed its full power. However, although this storm was very strong, the instant it came into contact with the sword light, it was like ice and snow being cut by a hot knife. It was silently split into two like a hot knife cutting through butter. That strand of sword light was extremely sharp and unstoppable. It sliced through the terrifying storm of destruction and still carried a hidden and terrifying killing intent towards the Azure Sky Rock. The Azure Sky Rock's cry was filled with anger. It became sharper and more resounding, as if it could tear the sky apart. The greenish-black astral current became extremely strong and emitted a dazzling brilliance as if it had turned into a greenish-black sunday. An extremely shocking aura erupted, and it was extremely ferocious. It was also filled with traces of an ancient and immortal charm. Faced with Chunzong's heaven and earth line sword that was close to the extreme state, the Azure Sky Rock had already unleashed its full power and even burned its own strength. It had no choice but to do so. Chi, chi, chi. There seemed to be a slight sound. The heaven and earth line sword light immediately cut through the greenish-black astral sun and forcefully sliced it open. It then charged toward the Azure Sky Rock within. The Taichu sword energy technique's earth-shattering characteristics made this sword even more indestructible. No matter how weak it was, it still had the shocking power to tear apart the target's defense. As for whether it could injure or even kill the target after breaking through the defense, it would depend on whether the power was strong enough. The power of the heaven and earth line was strong enough. This was the sword that had gathered all of Chunzong's strength. His essence, chi, and spirit were also condensed and integrated into it in an instant, and it was protected by an invincible belief. A sword that was close to the extreme state. An indestructible sword. After the sword attack, Chunzong's essence, chi, and spirit were also rapidly declining. For now, he could only perform this sword attack once in a short period of time. Within the greenish-black, dazzling astral sun, the Azure Sky Rock's furious shriek could be heard. From the sound, Chunzong judged that the Azure Sky Rock had been injured. Chunzong's divine thoughts swept across, and under the cover of the heart domain, his body moved. He became one with his sword and turned into the sharpest sword light. Following the trajectory of the heaven and earth line, he charged into the greenish-black astral sun with irresistible force. The heaven and earth line not only broke through the greenish-black astral sun, but also broke through the Azure Sky Rock's tyrannical body. Chunzong charged into the Azure Sky Rock's body with the sword wound. He waved his sword and went straight for the heart. Dong, dong, dong. The astonishing sounds that sounded like the beating of war drums continued to ring out, piercing into Chunzong's eardrums. The rhythm of the beating caused Chunzong's body to tremble along with it. His heart seemed to be affected as well. The frequency of his heartbeat seemed to match the rhythm of the beating and be controlled by it. The Azure Sky Rock's body was extremely tyrannical. Its essence and blood were also extremely vigorous. Its heart was incomparably strong, like a giant beast. Unbreakable golden body. Golden lines appeared and dyed Chunzong's body golden. It was as if a golden god had descended. The Taichu sword energy technique was also activated to the extreme. With a sword in hand, it was as if there was nothing it could not break through. The thumping sound became more and more intense. It was as if a giant drum was beating in his ears. However, Chunzong resisted all of it. In front of him, there was an incomparably huge coconut-like object that was constantly beating. Large tendons were entrenched on it, like a large python coiling around it. It was frighteningly ferocious. The thick and tough blood vessels were connected to each other, and a torrent of blood was constantly rushing in the blood vessels. The heart. This was the Azure Sky Rock's heart. It was a few meters in size and contained an extremely shocking and vigorous vitality. It was as if it was the source of life. Without hesitation, Chunzong swung his sword and directly cut a hole in the heart. His entire body turned into a stream of light and rapidly drilled into the heart. The extremely dense essence and blood of the heart instantly enveloped Chunzong's entire body and crazily seeped into it. The essence and blood of the heart contained an extremely shocking power. It even carried the terrifying willpower of the Azure Sky Rock. It sensed Chun Zong's invasion and crazily attacked in an attempt to kill Chun Zong. Maintaining the unbreakable golden body and fully operating the non-quenching jade technique, the aura of the burning sea of the southern phoenix immediately appeared. The azure sky rock controlled the essence and blood of the heart to kill Chun Zong. However, Chun Zong continuously refined and absorbed it to improve his body refinement cultivation. He also continuously absorbed the power of the heavenly wind contained in it. Chun Zong's soul was astonishingly powerful. Moreover, his soul flame burned continuously. He also had a powerful peak heart sword Dao to protect him. He completely blocked the brutal attack of the azure sky rock's will. Refine, endless refinement. The azure sky rock's strength was tyrannical. Its vitality was extremely tenacious and exuberant. It constantly struggled. Even so, it was unable to resist the receding tide of vitality and power. Gradually, the azure sky rock's resistance became weaker and weaker. This kind of injury that came from the body, especially the injury in the heart, was unable to resist. With a final sorrowful cry, the azure sky rock's entire body trembled violently. It was like a bird that had been shot by an arrow. Its wings were powerless as it rapidly fell downwards. The intense friction between its enormous body and the air caused countless sparks to burst forth. It was like a meteor that blasted towards the ground. Subsequently, a peerlessly sharp beam of sword light broke out from the flames and shot into the sky. Boom! The azure sky rock's corpse fell down and fiercely smashed onto the ground, smashing open the hard ground and creating an enormous hole. Countless dust and dirt surged like enormous waves as it ceaselessly charged out in all directions and obliterated everything in the surroundings. Strands of light coiled around his body and was suffused with an exceedingly shocking might, causing a storm to sweep out and shake the heavens and the earth. This was the energy of Tao insight, the energy of heavenly wind Tao insight, the energy of a high-grade Tao insight. The hurricane Tao insight had finally transformed into the high-grade heavenly wind Tao insight. At this point, the lightning, fire, and wind Tao insights had all transformed into high-grade Tao insights, and they were heavenly lightning, heavenly flame, and heavenly wind. The Heartsword Tao insight was at the peak grade. Shockingly, Chun Zong had grasped a top-grade Tao insight and 3 high-grade Tao insights. Moreover, the heavenly flame Tao insight and heavenly wind Tao insight were even capable of fusing into one. If other cultivators were to find out about this, it was unknown how shocked they would be. In the sky, Chun Zong didn't utilize his cultivation and merely relied on the energy of the heavenly wind Tao insight to stay in midair. This was an application of the heavenly wind Tao insight. Chun Zong heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had gained a lot from this trip. However, there were still a few days left, and he could still continue hunting primordial desolate beasts to bathe in blood to temper his body. He could also continue searching for primordial fragments to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. He couldn't miss any opportunity to improve himself. After all, this savage secret realm would only open once every 100 years, and the next time it would open would be 100 years later. Only God knew where he would be after 100 years. After all, if he were to calculate, the total amount of time he had spent cultivating didn't exceed 100 years. 100 years was still a little too long for him. Perhaps only in the future when his cultivation had reached a shocking height and it was already very difficult for him to advance any further. Would he not realize that 100 years was a long time? After all, to a group of eminent saint stage powerhouses, 100 years was simply nothing. Perhaps it was just a small fragment of time in their long lives. However, it was still a little too early for him now. Recollecting his thoughts, Chun Zong's eyes swept across the area before he stared ahead. With a flash of his figure, he silently flew across the sky like the wind and headed into the distance. At the same time, he released the power of his divine sense to cover the surroundings as he carefully sensed the unusual fluctuations coming from the primordial fragment. Time passed by slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, a full month had passed since the opening of the savage secret realm. A wave of repulsive energy suddenly descended and landed on everyone. As time passed, the repulsive energy gradually increased. Everyone had no choice but to give up on continuing to search for opportunities and quickly rushed towards the entrance. Chapter 16:11. Savage Valley. The arc of light was shrinking from the left and right. It was the door to the savage barren mystery land. It was closing, which meant that the savage barren mystery land and Tianyuan sanctuary were separating. One by one, figures flew out from the shrinking arc of light and landed on the ground of the savage barren mystery land. They were all surrounded by powerful auras. When the arc of light of the savage barren mystery land closed completely, those who were still alive had already left the savage barren mystery land. There were 400 people who had entered the savage barren mystery land. When they came out, there were only 300 people left. Almost 100 people had died in the savage barren mystery land. The savage barren mystery land represented a great opportunity, but it also represented great danger. The immemorial desolate beasts were not to be trifled with. They were all very powerful. If one was not careful, one would be killed. In addition, cultivators would also kill each other in order to compete for opportunities. Not everyone would be tactful enough to retreat. Dozens of cultivators had died in the fight for the holy golden body fruit in the savage mountain. They were the majority of the casualties. However, those who had survived all had stronger auras than when they had entered the savage barren mystery land. Obviously, they had obtained great opportunities in the savage barren mystery land. They had either obtained some precious medicine to strengthen their physique, or they had obtained an immemorial fragment to comprehend. However, there were limited immemorial fragments, and they were not easy to find. Only a few of them had obtained the power of an immemorial fragment. Suddenly, a terrifying sharpness swept across the sky and covered the land. It was as though it was above all things. Everyone could not help but tremble. There was an indescribable sense of horror that surged from the depths of their hearts. The aura was like an invisible sword. It made everyone's scalp tingle. It flew across the sky and struck a spot. Chunzong. The target of the invisible sword was Chunzong, Sword King Tian. Now that the savage barren mystery land had closed, this battle was unavoidable. Sword King and Jindy. Under the pressure of the invisible sword Qi, a terrifying sharpness shot out from Chunzong's body. It shot up into the sky as though it was going to pierce the heavens. Sword Essence. The two sword essences clashed. It was as though two invisible swords were clashing. There was an invisible aura that caused everyone's faces to change. It was as though countless invisible swords were cutting their bodies and even their souls. Retreat. In the blink of an eye, everyone retreated, making way for the battle. At the same time, they were secretly excited. A fierce battle was about to begin. Before the opening of the savage barren secret domain, the High Heaven Sword King had challenged Jiandi Chunzong to a duel, expressing his unwillingness to accept Jiandi's title. At that time, the High Heaven Sword King had been suppressed by half-step great saints because of the opening of the savage barren secret domain. Now that the savage barren secret zone had closed, Chunzong and the High Heaven Sword King must have gained a lot of benefits in the savage barren secret zone. Such a battle would be even more exciting and intense. Sword Essence. Sword Qi. They surged in all directions and collided continuously. Chunzong and the Heaven Conqueror Sword King were separated by a few hundred meters. Their eyes clashed continuously in mid-air, creating invisible sparks. In the void, layers of ripples appeared. With a flash of sword light, a blinding light illuminated the surroundings. The Sword King of the Lingtian Sword Realm was already wielding his sword. The sword intent he emitted was heaven-shaking, as though it was above everything. His eyes flashed with an indescribable coldness, as though he was looking down on all living things. Top-grade sword essence. High heaven sword essence. Any Dao intent, even if it was just a basic Dao intent, could be upgraded to a top-grade Dao intent. However, the higher the level, the more difficult it would be. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who could master top-grade Dao intent. Every one of them was an outstanding genius of their generation. The High Heaven Sword King only cultivated the High Heaven Sword essence, which was refined and pure. It constantly stimulated the High Heaven Sword King's power and potential to an astonishing level. Moreover, the High Heaven Sword in the High Heaven Sword King's hand was an elite 9th grade Saint artifact. Qinzong pulled out the extreme sharp sword. The friction between the sword and the scabbard created a shocking aura. It was as though it was cutting through the void, causing chills to run down one's spine. With the extreme sharp sword out of the scabbard, Qinzong's eyes became even sharper. When the sword was completely out of the scabbard, the sharpness in his eyes seemed to be slightly restrained. With the sword out of the scabbard, the sword chi in the air became even more intense, more powerful, and more terrifying. Kill! In an instant, the Heaven Ascension Sword King slashed out with his sword. A sword light that seemed to be above everything slashed out, as though it was capable of slicing the heavens and earth apart. Its astonishing sharpness caused everyone in the surroundings to feel a chill run down their spines. Qinzong also swung his sword out. With a swing of his sword, the sword light broke through the air and collided with the High Heaven Sword King's sword light. Both of them exploded instantly. The two figures displayed an astonishing speed, sweeping across the sky. In just an instant, they had passed hundreds of times. As they neared each other, the two swords clashed. Close-range combat. Those who practiced the sword often had to master exquisite close-range combat techniques. Only then could they fight better. The High Heaven Sword King was a supreme genius of his generation. He was powerful and had been immersed in the way of the sword for more than 100 years than Qinzong. His foundation was extremely solid, and his swordsmanship was exquisite. As soon as they came into contact, Qinzong knew that his opponent's close-range combat swordsmanship was extremely powerful and shocking. However, Qinzong's own close-range combat skills were also very good. For a moment, both sides were evenly matched and fought fiercely. The High Heaven Sword King had spent 100 years in the vast wilderness to hone his own swordsmanship. He combined all his knowledge and experience to create the High Heaven Sword technique. Although the name was simple, it was not weak at all. Furthermore, it had been perfected continuously until now. It had reached an extremely perfect stage. Every sword contained astonishing profundity and power. Kill! The High Heaven Sword technique combined with the High Heaven Sword intent brought an extremely shocking threat to Qinzong. Every sword seemed to be above everything. There was a kind of high and mighty aura. In terms of aura, it was to suppress the opponent and put them in a disadvantageous position. However, it was useless against Qinzong. Because Qinzong was very powerful and his mind was incomparably tough, he was not affected by it. Infinite sword chain unfolded. Layers of sword light overlapped like mountains and rivers. Not only did it dissolve the High Heaven Sword King's swordsmanship layer by layer, but it also continuously counterattacked. The sword light interpreted the profundity of hardness and softness. It was like dragons and snakes intersecting. It could be strong or weak, fast or slow, sharp or blunt. It was unpredictable and unpredictable. For a moment, the High Heaven Sword King was surprised. This close-range combat swordsmanship was indeed incomparably exquisite and powerful. For a moment, he could not do anything to his opponent. However, this alone was not enough to be called a Jiendi. The sword light became more and more dazzling. The power contained in every sword was incomparably tyrannical. It made the people in the distance feel uncomfortable. It was as if their bodies were constantly being cut. It was indescribably horrifying. Whether it was the High Heaven Sword King or the Jinni Qinzong, the sharpness that they displayed made them extremely fearful. Among the people present, it would be difficult to find a match except for half-step great saints. The half-step great sage expert also stared at the scene, secretly shocked. Whether it was the High Heaven Sword King or Chunzong, their strength was astonishing. It could be said that under the same level of strength, these half-step great saints did not have the confidence to defeat the two of them. From another point of view, it also showed that if the two of them advanced to half-step great saints, their strength would definitely be very strong. They would be considered strong among the half-step great saints. If they immersed themselves for a period of time, they would definitely become even stronger. It would not be impossible for them to leap into the top half-step great saint realm. This was brought about by their talent and foundation. In the blink of an eye, the battle between Chunzong and the High Heaven Sword King became more and more intense. Two swords collided. Sword techniques collided. Peak Dao intent collided. Battle experience and battle talent collided. This battle could be called a battle of the pinnacle. The spectators were intoxicated, immersed, and shocked. Every sword strike seemed simple, but it returned to the origin and was suffused with unparalleled profundity. Sword chi crisscrossed and tore in all directions. Shocking sword marks appeared on the hard ground and spread rapidly as if it was tearing everything apart. Countless sand and stones were torn into powder under the surging sword chi. Whether it was the High Heaven Sword King's sword or Chunzong's sword, both of them were extremely fast. Slash! Slash! When the two swords collided, a terrifying force surged out from the swords, wreaking havoc in all directions. The shocking sharpness seemed to grind everything into pieces. A shocking storm rushed out from both sides, sweeping across heaven and earth. The swords of Chunzong and the Heavenly Sword King clashed against each other. Powerful energy surged out like a tidal wave, gushing into the swords like a torrent bursting through a dam. The swords glowed brightly and charged forward, wanting to suppress the other party. Their eyes met, and incomparably sharp light collided. Chunzong discovered that the High Heaven Sword King's physique was very strong. Although it was not as strong as him, it was already stronger than many cultivators. On the other hand, the High Heaven Sword King did not have any body-refining aura. In other words, the High Heaven Sword King did not cultivate any body-refining techniques. With such a strong physique, Chunzong thought of the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit. When the High Heaven Sword King obtained the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit, he must have consumed it. Then, the strength of his physique must have been increased by the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit. He wondered if the High Heaven Sword King had obtained the unbreakable Golden Body. When cultivators consume the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit, the possibility of obtaining the unbreakable Golden Body was not high. He had obtained it, but Chunzong did not know if the High Heaven Sword King had obtained it, unless the other party used it. The High Heaven Sword King's chi cultivation level was far higher than Chunzong's. The technique he cultivated was also very advanced, and he had already cultivated it to the perfect realm. Therefore, in terms of chi cultivation level, Chunzong was not as good as the High Heaven Sword King. However, in terms of body refining, Chunzong was much better than the other party. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was stronger between the two. With a shock, a terrifying aura burst out from the two swords. In an instant, Chunzong and the High Heaven Sword King were pushed back. At the same time, the High Heaven Sword King swung his sword. Countless sword lights pierced through the air like crescent moons. It was beautiful beyond compare, and the surrounding space was dyed red. It was dazzling. Chunzong also slashed out with his sword. 10,000 swords became one. One sword became 10,000. One sword became limitless. Both of them knew that it would be difficult to determine the winner through close combat. Therefore, they had to use their ultimate moves. An extremely terrifying power spread out and swept out in all directions, causing everyone who was 10,000 meters away to be shocked. This was the outside world, not the savage Baron's secret territory. There was no 10 times the gravity here. The power of each attack was even more terrifying and shocking. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.